And also recording, yes. Hello and greetings from the Bards on the Margins. We welcome you to our first campaign where we are not only here to play D&D, but also to create an animated series. That's right. The session you're viewing now will be turned into an episode of our show, Rat and the Broken Chalice. So join us in chat and subscribe and follow to support us on this exciting and ambitious journey to create this spectacle for you. Of course, no D&D campaign or animation can create itself, so let me introduce you to our cast. Firstly, your adventure will be led by our two DMs. There is me, your host and narrator, Cameron Tuck. Hello. But also joining me in the DM seat are the dice, those little geometric pieces of acrylic that rule over us all. I may describe the scene, the players may act out the action, but it is the dice that will tell the story. Also joining us is our players and production staff. Would you like to introduce yourself, James?
Me first? All right.
You first.
All right. So, my name is James Delbridge. I am the composer for the Bards on the Margins. So, all the music that you hear on the animatics and all that stuff, and for the upcoming show, that is me who writes and produces all of it. Very happy to be here, and I play Zikos Campanula. He is a tiefling barbarian with a hot streak for sure, and huge chip on his shoulder, literally everything. He's a sad and mad boy. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. We also have with us Ray.
Hi, my name is Ray. I am the animator slash illustrator, and I play Emily. She's a sorcerer and does cool magic things.
All the cool magic things. We also have down below Dialia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jordan, and I'm the producer and I guess head warden of the insane asylum that is keeping all of this on track. And I play Dialia. She is a halfling rogue with a lot of cute smiles and little ways to get out of trouble that hopefully doesn't get anyone else into trouble at the same time.
And last but not least, especially if we're talking about character size, we have Admiral.
Hi, yeah, I'm Miguel. I'm the background artist. I refuse to write a script for this segment. I'm gonna wing it every single time. And I play Admiral. He's a big ol' half-orc guy with a big axe, some big armor, and he's just along for the ride. He doesn't really know where he is, but he's gonna do his best.
Half orc, but full muscle. And so we enter back into our story. Last session, Rat Squad had been given an important mission to seek out a skilled druid to decipher the purpose of a strange lump of flesh in your possession. Along the way, our beloved Rat Squad had made a new friend. Hello, Admiral. And crossed a dangerous border with surprising ease. There, they separated from Snake Squad, and after that, you donned your greatest disguises and snuck into the sinless city of Clouth, where you made your way to the Winged College of the Ladybug. You may have faced a few obstacles, but actually getting into the college, but everything turned out fine as Admiral shared with us many a story. Emery watched quite the show, whether she wanted to or not, and Dialia did, in fact, solve a puzzle. Which brings us to the present. You have found your master of the druidic arts in her tiny school office, crammed full of parchment and tomes. The druid is a small gnome by the name of Monette, who has just discerned that your clump of flesh, at the very least, is for summoning a god. If I recall correctly, last session ended with Zikos crying out, "Summoning for what?" So, Zikos, I will let you kick us off back to exactly where we left off.
All right, so I just need a little bit of I need to remember what was the context. So
you traveled on this long journey with like this weird lump of flesh thing to find a druid that could tell you what it is. And the druid has just told you, her name is Monette, she's just told you that it's for summoning a god.
All right. So what you're telling me is this lump of crap right here is to summon a god? How is that possible?
Well, you see, this is, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to get into, the theory behind it all. I'm not sure how. Are you very well versed in, druidic academia?
Nah.
Okay.
I bet I got it. It's magic.
I think that's about right for your level, of description.
You calling me stupid?
No. Of course not. I mean, people are intelligent in all sorts of different ways. You just haven't spent the time to study. I can just tell you that this artifact is an idol. Do you know what an idol is? You know what? It's okay. This is literally a piece of a god. It's literally a part of their body, and in theory can be used to summon the rest of the body of the god. Now, it's not like this artifact in particular isn't as simple as like just an idol. There's like something else going on here. I would need more time to really understand that. Like I've looked at this for a couple minutes, right? So I'm just giving you my off the cuff sort of answer here.
How much time exactly would you need?
Ideally, ideally I'd want it forever. This thing's amazing. But realistically, I could probably get a better idea of exactly how, why, when, what, in 2 weeks.
What timeline or schedule are we on? Does anyone know when we have to be back with this?
I pull out the letter that Arlen gave us, and I quickly skim through it.
It does not say anything about like a specific rendezvous point or time of report or
Yeah.
anything. It just told you to seek out a druid.
Well, technically, Arland is not. We're not under the direct command of Arland anymore, as clearly stated here. So we technically do not need to go anywhere specific. So if we wished to stay here for 2 weeks, we could, theoretically.
Monette is very happy to hear about this. She's like, "Oh, really? That'd be wonderful. I can I can have sort of lodgings sorted out for you temporarily. I'll speak with Headmaster Allery and reconvene with you tomorrow to get more of the specifics behind it. That'd be amazing. That'd be great. You know what? Monette sort of gets up and waddles her way into the hall, and just kind of like waves down some like random student that's walking by with like their group of friends. She goes, Glenn, do you have a moment? Glenn is a slightly fat, 4-foot something bullywug, blue bullywug. Bullywugs are like humanoid frog people. in case anyone here is not aware. He seems to be wearing the typical student uniform that all the academics are wearing, which is this short blue garb that ends at the knees with dark red accents matched with a pair of black pants. The clothing itself, although casually worn by literally everyone here, is still probably some of the most fine and richly made clothes you have ever seen. So Glenn hears Monette kind of call to him, and he sort of awkwardly looks at his group of friends, who he had just been in the midst of talking to, before he sort of nervously approaches the group. He goes, well, I was kind of... And then Glenn stops as he sees Monette, this little 2-foot-something gnome with these giant owlish eyes staring hopefully up at him. And he just... what can I help you with, Professor? And so Monette sort of turns to you all and she goes, I've received some guests that would like to feel welcomed in our prestigious school while they're here, and can think of no better representative than yourself. It would aid me...
Hello!
Oh dear. Exactly. They're quite a wonderful bunch, truly. And it would aid me so much if you could tour them and show them to their rooms. And before Glenn can even reply, when it just turns to face you all directly, I will leave you in the hands of Glenn. I can assure you he is one of my best students. And then quickly runs back into her office and closes the door. Glenn is like, wait, where's their dorm? Oh, she's gone.
So we're all outside the room now, too.
Yeah, you've all just kind of been, pushed out of the room. You're now stuck with Glenn. He looks at you guys like, do you know what dorms you have?
Nope.
I don't know what a dorm is.
Oh, no worries. I'm sure I can figure something out. Glenn kind of points back to his group of friends that are there. There's 2 bullywugs, a gnoll, and a human. Right, a bit of a strange group, but from your brief time in the college, you've noticed that there isn't really any affiliation associated in the cliques and groups that are formed. It's kind of a wild melange of all the races. We were just heading out to the calf. Why don't you join us? Then I'll get your room sorted out after. Does that sound good to you guys?
Zikos points to Admiral and goes, I don't think you'll have enough food in there to feed this big oaf here.
Oh, do not worry. There is no shortage of food here, right? We've never had any issues whatsoever, and we have some pretty big... I mean, we've had some half giants around here before, right? So they get pretty big. Admiral's not the biggest guy we've ever seen. Although you're pretty big. Emily, I would like you to roll a perception check for me, please. DC 12.
Well, 15.
Okay. So you notice that the gnoll in the group takes notice of you. More specifically, your cloak, and does not seem very happy about it. Besides that...
I just kind of lift an eyebrow up at him. Is that something you need?
No, nothing whatsoever. Hi, my name's Shile. You are?
Call me Emily.
Oh, you say that that's not your name. Right? Is your name different? I'll call you Emily. Hi, Emily. I'm Shile. Obviously, you've met Glenn. We also have here Mela and Croy, pointing to the 2 bullywugs, and then pointing to the human, and that's just Henry. Henry's like, Hey. So who are you lot? Obviously, I know Emily. We have
They can introduce themselves.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
is it my turn?
Yeah, sure. Who are you, big fella?
Well, they call me Admiral, and I am a great I am an admiral. It's funny. That's what they all call me, and but that's because it's what I am. So it makes sense if you think about it.
He really
Really?
is.
Yeah.
You're
And,
part of the sinless naval fleet.
No, I'm not. I'm not part of the Navy. I don't know why you would assume that.
But you're an admiral, right?
Yes, but I'm an admiral for a land troop.
Oh, I guess are you're Euekian? I guess maybe they do things differently.
No. I'm from Glentoth.
Okay, it's nice to meet you, Admiral. um, the Admiral, sure.
Nice to meet you as well, laddie.
Yeah. He like shakes your hand.
Admiral shakes his hand back. Of course, having the much larger hand.
Um, and uh, and you little one, how
A polywog. How tall?
so currently Shile is the one speaking, who is a gnoll.
Oh, I know. Okay.
The Bollywogs are probably around the higher end of 4 foot, lower end of 5 foot. The knoll is, like cresting on 6 feet or so.
Oh, okay. So he's.
So the knoll is decently large. Not Admiral large, or even Zikos large, but
So, yeah. He'll reach up her hand.
the Shile, the knoll, kind of reaches down with this large clawed paw, right, and very gingerly kind of shakes her hand as well. And like these massive fangs, right, and it's like hyena-esque jaw. I'm Shile. It's very nice to meet you, Dialia.
It's nice to meet you, child. You have a big university here. Will you be able to show us around?
Well, I'm kind of like we're all going to the calf. Speaking of which, we should probably talk and walk at the same time. Your group kind of starts shuffling in a specific direction, and Shao keeps going. I have class after this, so I won't be able to guide you. But Glenn can. He was the sacrifice chosen by Mornette, right? So Professor Monette. I'm sorry. Always, it should be respectful to your professors. They've worked very hard for their degrees. They like you to know they have degrees. Um, and you, orc man.
I'm not an orc. I'm a tiefling. Don't confuse me with this big ape over here. As he points to Admiral.
Well, that's just kind of racist. Not gonna lie.
All right, look, I'm sorry. I have never met a tiefling before. I mean, in person. I'm sorry.
Don't have any here.
We okay. Look, it's kind of embarrassing.
You say we're inferior in somehow, and then Zico's how big is the character again?
6 feet.
Okay, so Zikos like kind of picks him up by the collar.
And he goes like, whoa. All right, didn't mean anything by it. Didn't mean I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me. You're a tiefling. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Shile. Do you have a name?
Puts him down. My name is Zikos.
Okay. It's nice to meet you, Zikos. I'm sorry if I offended you. please don't beat me up. I'm
Don't.
a wizard.
Don't worry about him. Literally breathe in the wrong direction and he'll be offended by it.
Um, Shile like visibly grimaces as you speak. He looks at you. He goes, "Oh, okay, thank you." What?
I'll take note of his mannerisms.
Okay.
Perfect.
Now,
I will say during my duration here, I am not using, like, I'm not even moving my dragon arm. Like, it is staying completely under my cloak.
Okay. Okay.
who's the racist
Fucking
one?
wizards.
And so, eventually, you continue to make small talk. If there's anything specifically you want to talk to this group of people, you can do that, or we'll.
Question for years. What?
Yeah.
What is a school?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. No, actually, I'm really excited to be able to share this because not a lot of people really know. The winged colleges are kind of like this new thing that obviously the amazing headmaster Allery, the veiled butterfly, invented. It's just a place for a whole bunch of wizards and academics to gather together and share knowledge with each other, right? Because I mean, you're much better at delving into the depths of the arcane arts when you have a lot of people to work through it.
That is true. The best way to behead a monster is with a whole crew of them. Not that I couldn't handle one myself.
Well, of course, I'm sure there's a lot of people here who are very talented on their own and have done a lot of great work in self-study. But, I mean, when you can collaborate with others, it really propels, society just leaps and bounds forward. I mean, look at this city, right? It's amazing. Like, you walk a couple hours out to find a village out in the middle of nowhere, and I mean, they're incomparable. You feel like you're in a different epoch.
That do be true, yes. I have a lot of respect for academic. This isn't in character, that was just me messing up the ones. No, he's good at talking. Yes, I have a lot of respect for academics. My father was an academic.
Oh, really? Who is your father? Would I know him?
I'm not sure. So he goes into his pocket and he pulls out one of his medallion. Have ye seen this here before? One of these, this symbol here.
No, I can't say I have.
Then I don't think he would know anything I'd be talking about.
Well, once again, like I said, school is all a place about collaboration and people of different skill sets. It looked like really old. Maybe you can talk to the archaeology kid and stuff, right? There's a whole bunch of people that love researching ancient civilizations, things like that. Might be able to find that. Maybe some of the history buffs.
Zikos quips in and looks at. Sorry, what's your character's name again, Cam?
Glenn the frog.
Yeah. Zikos quips. He looks at Glenn. He goes, "Don't pay any mind to that. He probably just paid 1 gold for that at some flea market."
You would be surprised what extremely valuable artifacts you find just being sold at flea markets.
I didn't find this. I was awarded this.
Oh, wow.
What? Another one of those fictional countries that none of us have ever heard of?
Fictional countries? I'll have you know this one was won at the Battle of Blood Boy's Ridge.
Okay, I feel like I've been inserted into something a little bit different.
Oh, you don't even know about the Blood Boy.
Oh, look, we've arrived at the cafeteria. All right, let's all eat and be friends, right?
Keep going. I'm gonna make you a blood boy.
That didn't make that one was just sad. Come on, you can do better than that.
And so you all make it to the cafeteria, and you see it is a massive dining hall, but it's unlike any you have ever seen before, assuming you have ever seen a dining hall before, to begin with. There are giant jeweled chandeliers hanging from an incredibly tall ceiling. Massive multi-story windows line the walls, revealing you to be several stories high and standing over the city of Klaus. The hall is filled with small oval tables with smooth white silk cloths draped over them and velvet-backed chairs positioned around the tables. There's a balcony near the far end of the hall with a long rectangular table where a line of elderly people are all sitting facing the hall before them as they eat their meals. The cafeteria is at about half capacity currently, which feels like only a couple dozen people due to how quiet it is, but it's probably closer to over 100 or so. Glenn and his group, they don't really seem to feel the gravitas of the room. They just casually make their way over to a table that's large enough for everyone. And upon getting closer, you can see on the table, there's a booklet in front of every chair. Almost immediately, as soon as you sit down, I'm sorry, that's very presumptuous, I'm assuming you're all going to sit down. Is that...
Emily pats the velvet chair and is like, what in the world is this material?
It's very cushiony.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before.
And maybe both Zikos and Admiral sit down and you just hear the chairs crack a little bit.
Yeah. I haven't seen a place this fancy since I was at the Castle of Colomar, but oh, let me tell you, the Castle of Colomar makes this fancy looking.
Why don't we order our food first, and then you can maybe tell us all about your adventures. And pretty much almost
I'd be happy to.
as soon as Glenn says that, a tall hobgoblin you wouldn't recognize this as such, but a tuxedo, this very extravagant silk velvet dress. It's got a bow tie on, very prim and proper, well-shaven individual. And what shall we be having today? Glenn's friends, they immediately order a whole bunch of things you've never heard about, but for them it's clearly a regular choice. When it comes to Glenn's turn, he doesn't even look at his menu. He'll go, I'll have the mouche à fromage, and also, could we have a booster seat and a kids menu for Dialia here? Are you saying this while your face is barely?
Yes.
Just the booster seat?
Yes, just the booster seat.
Okay, can we have a booster seat for Dialia? And the waiter goes, of course. And Miss Dialia, what will you be having?
She looks at the menu and
By the way, just of note, you've probably never seen a menu before in your life.
well, that's just it. She's looking at this and she doesn't recognize.
You can read it. There are no images, of course, but it does have text written in both Common and Proto-Common along the lines, and it's vague. I mean, you can maybe recognize some of these words at being food related, but a lot of it is very fancy jargon that just means nothing.
Yeah, she just kind of. Whatever you recommend.
Well, for a strong, growing human girl like you, I could not recommend more our wonderful veal with a side of caviar.
Sounds good.
Wonderful. And for the rest of you?
So nobody else is realizing this at the moment, but Admiral is actually reading this just fine. He's getting all the words. Like he's perfectly adept at reading this menu. And he turns to the waiter. Yes. Does the seafood platter have any shellfish in it?
Well, we have 3 choices for you, only one of which without shellfish.
Oh yes, no, I see it. My bad, I missed it right here. Yes, I'll have the one with the shrimp, if you could.
Yes, of course, of course.
And now, out of these sauces,
Yes.
how many of them do you get?
You want multiple sauces?
Oh, so it's just one sauce.
Well, I mean, we can do it's whatever you'd wish. Usually
Okay.
people just go for one. Some believe that multiple sauces may clash with the palate, so you will.
Yes, you have a good point there. But I really want to try both of these ones right here.
Yes, yes, of course. I could put them on the side for you, if you'd like.
Yes, I think that would be for the best.
Okay, great. I'll write that down. And for the half-elf?
I'm a full elf, actually.
Apologies.
What would you recommend?
We have a very wide range of salads, of any kind. We could, I mean, of course, we have the classic garden, a finienne salad, of course. I know that they're all the rage of late, but personally, I find them too sour. We can also, go for just a mix. We have our own garden, actually, and we have a daily salad. If you'd like to try a bit of a mystery dish from the chef.
I look over at Glenn, I believe his name was.
Yeah, the bullywug.
What exactly do all of these cost?
Well, I guess you're a guest, so it's, yeah, you know what, screw it, it's on me for now, and
It's on ye! Well, that changes many things. Alright, so I'll get 4 ounces of your finest ale. That's important right there.
we don't serve ale here.
What?
Yes, there are no alcoholic beverages on the premises.
Ye have all these fancy things here. You have these. Ye come up to us to deliver the food, but ye don't have ale.
It's harmful to the mind, sir. We want to give all of our students a healthy.
Have ye ever been on a field of war?
No, that's not really what this place is about.
Have ye? Then ye don't know just how good for the mind a nice cup of ale is. There is nothing better for a soldier than a cold ale in the evening.
I guess if you're really inclined, I can order someone to go out and get you an ale.
Wonderful! Alright, that would be for the best. A barrel, if you could.
the servant's eyebrows kind of like go up at that. And any particular ale for you, or you just want them to get a barrel?
A barrel, yes.
All right, I will get you. I'll write this down. A custom ordered barrel of a okay. I'll just write ale.
I don't know what the local ales are around here. I doubt we're close to Constrar. Now they've got the best.
And I'm sorry, because of course we we don't have any of the ales here ourselves. I'm not too familiar with our local breweries either, but I'm sure they will not disappoint. I will get you the best, sir. Um, uh, in all of this, Glenn kind of goes to Emily and he goes, if you're not too certain, I would say just go for a generic. I mean, do you eat meat? Are you an
I
omnivore?
do. I
Yeah.
am an omnivore.
I just go for like a steak, right? It comes with a side, drink.
I'll get just that then. Thank you.
Okay. And lastly, the servant turns to Zikos and goes, and for the budding tiefling? You are muted, sir. Oh, you know what? I'll get you a water. Clearly you are very parched after a long day. Um, and I can get your order at a later date. Uh, and so the servant kind of walks off, and Glenn sort of looks at all of you apologetically and goes, I'm sorry about how rowdy it is. It is not rowdy whatsoever. That's just because it's, supper time. I mean, technically, the cafeteria is open 24/7, and you can order any meal at any time. But the whole school sort of has this silent rule. Breakfast is 7, lunch is 1, supper is 6, because that's just when Headmaster Allery has his meals. Usually you can find him up on the balcony with the other arcane masters, but I guess he's busy today. He usually doesn't miss a meal, though. Sometimes he even comes down to the main floor and talks with the students.
By the way, can you hear me now? By the way.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just technical difficulties over here.
Do you have like an actual bit you want to do for the ordering, or?
I was going to, but I think that one you did was pretty funny. But I did have a bit I was gonna do.
The servant will come back, right? The waiter kind of comes back and goes,
right.
A water for you, sir.
Zikos drinks the water. All right. So if I order the steak instead of a side, can I just get another steak?
The hobgoblin does not laugh. He's
but before the hobgoblin even
reacts.
There's another word. Yeah. I'll literally just be like, you know what? This is way too small. Just get me a whole leg of mutton, please.
Of course, it will be done. A barrel of ale and mutton, wholesale.
Thank you.
Okay, the waiter sort of runs off. During this whole time, Emily, you still notice the gnoll, Shile, kind of throwing you not so subtle glances at your cloaked arm. And you even notice them a couple of times, open their mouths if they're about to comment, but then just deciding against it and going back to doing something else.
Where are they sitting relative to myself?
I'll say kind of roughly like 2 seats to the side of you. So you're not quite parallel because it's like a circular table, but you're not facing each other.
Who's sitting beside them?
I'll say on one side is Henry. Hey. And on the other, let's go Dialia on her booster seat, which has arrived. You've got your booster seat. It's also like a velvet ordained thing, but just on these giant. It's a custom-made children's booster seat sort of thing.
Okay. Dialia, do you mind if we switch spots? I don't want the booster chief. I don't want the booster seat.
Okay then. I'm keeping this booster seat then.
Mm.
Taking it home.
Taking my guess.
Own personal little crown. Or throne.
I'll help the Elena move the booster seat, and I will push a chair right next to Shile.
Charlotte is very uncomfortable with this. Is like visibly kind of like shuffling in their seat, getting a bit nervous. Hi.
Hello, Shile, was it?
Yeah, Charlotte. Emily, right?
Yes, Emily. I imagine this conversation would be happening while other people are doing their things, so
Yeah.
that we could have like a somewhat private conversation.
Yeah. I imagine there's multiple people are talking across over each other, different directions.
Noticed you staring at me a whole lot.
Staring? No, I haven't been staring.
You know, when you lie, you're supposed to mix in a little bit of truth in there so that people don't figure it out as quickly.
Okay, I've been staring a little bit. I'm sorry. You're I guess a new face. We don't see those around. It's intriguing, drives the curiosity. A lot of us here are known for being curious.
Yes, the academics always wanting to put their hands on anything that intrigues them or are different.
Definitely don't want to put my hand anywhere, anything. No. Thank you. Nope.
You're not very convincing, Shile.
No, okay. You, God, do you want me to be honest?
Come on, out with it. I went through the effort of moving the booster seat, so
You make me uncomfortable. Make me uncomfortable. I'm worried that you're here.
why is that?
Why are you hiding your arm behind your cloak?
Is that really all that is?
Yeah, it got makes people nervous. You could be hiding a weapon in there, or something.
When he says he's hiding a weapon, Admiral just kind of nudges the axe that he has kept on his shoulder, completely unsubtly.
Shiloh's not actually that concerned about the axe. That doesn't really worry them that much. I mean, like that's different, right? Like it's an axe. It's a known factor. It's not gonna suddenly explode in a bout of wild magic and kill a super famous national figure.
Well, it used to be able to do that, but all the magic gemstones that were part of it are gone now.
Yeah, well, I would
Wonder where
like
those
it
went.
if the same happened. I'm not gonna say that.
You know, Shile, some people have secrets. For all you know, I might not even have a second arm, and you are now rudely saying that I have a weapon under here?
I mean, like, I can see, like, I saw a little bit of, maybe, like, I don't know. Like, we were talking about honesty, huh? You want to be honest? Tell me right now, are you a sorceress?
I don't see how this is relevant to anything.
Aye, she is!
Thank you, Admiral. Would you happen to know if she's a dragon-blooded sorceress?
No, I don't really know any of them specific. I'm not much of a magic user myself, as you can see.
If I tell you the truth, what then?
I mean, I'm just a student here, and you're here under the matronage of Professor Manette, so I won't do anything. I might share some concerns.
With whom? I'll
I-
have you know, I didn't come here to sabotage or cause this very nice place, honestly, the nicest place I've ever seen, to go into the ruins. I'm
Yeah,
not
well,
that type of person.
that's the thing about sorcerers, isn't it, though? They don't really intend to cause havoc and insane amounts of damage, yet they do.
I'll have you know that I don't have wild magic, if that's what you're concerned about.
So you are a sorceress. You are dragon-blooded?
Sure.
Blue dragon?
Now you're just digging too far into the details in which now I'm uncomfortable.
Well, I guess we can both eat our meal in discomfort.
You know, when a person lives in discomfort for the entirety of their lives, they find peace in it. So,
Great.
one of us will find some peace.
Yeah, definitely only one. Shell tried to ignore you as they eat at their meal very nervously.
Also, everybody's food is here now.
Yeah, as this has happened, food has begun to arrive. I apologize, Sir Admiral. Your barrel of ale may take a little bit longer to arrive. We have our fastest employee. Seek it out. Yeah.
Hey, take your time, laddie. This here meal will be looking mighty scrumptious.
Yes. The shrimp are very fresh. Very fresh indeed.
Wonderful.
You're quite lucky in that batch.
Thank ye very much. Here,
Let me. And then he goes to into his pocket to give the good man a tip. It's his weird rock currency again. He just drops a little pile of it into the hobgoblin's hand.
here ye are for ye services.
The hobgoblin, looks at this and is very uninterested. He's a little grossed out actually, and disturbed. But a table across, you just see this kind of short, stubby little dwarf, and just goes, "Whoa! What are those? Can I have that? Yo, I'd love to." He goes up to the waiter. Do you mind if I have this? He looks over at you. Do you mind if I take that?
What is wrong with ye trying to take this good man's money?
I
He
mean,
gave me a service and I paid him for it. Oh,
so it is currency.
well yes. What else do ye think it is?
I mean, yeah, currency is probably the only realistic guess. I guess it could be for a coin game or something, maybe. Marbles. Really?
No,
boring
this
game.
here currency's just as good as any other.
Yeah. So the waiter's like, "Yes, you may take this away from me." Kind of tries dusting his hands off. I greatly appreciate the tip, sir. Thank you. We don't often receive appreciation in whatever form it takes. So thank you. Your barrel of ale will be on its way. As for everyone else, bon appetit. And the waiter makes his way away. You all have your meals, which will go on without sort of interruption unless someone wants to interrupt.
Are there utensils?
Yes, there are utensils. Silver, a whole bunch of them. Most of Rat Squad at this table don't know if the utensils really mean anything. One spoon's bigger than the other. There's 3 forks
Oh, those utensils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Admiral is using all the correct utensils. Holding them
And
in his hands, somehow managing not to break them, and just eating very normally.
Zikos is literally eating the leg of mutton, just holding onto the bone, and
I
just
use one fork
Yeah,
for everything.
of course. Do you also
then
do
he
the? Sorry,
and then he keeps the bone as a souvenir.
Emily. Do you also do the thing where like you don't use a knife, you just use kind of like the side of the fork to dig in?
I am like putting my fork into the meat and just bringing it to my mouth and just gnawing it like that.
Okay. Dialia, you've been trying to say something for a while.
Well, Dahlia goes through the utensils and pretty much tries to find the ones that are actually comfortable in her hands. she looks at the plate in front of her and it's like, oh, I think I should have ordered the kids' meal. This is a lot of food.
I can finish it for you, lassie.
See what?
I don't know what it is. What's this black mush?
What did she get?
What did I forgot what you ordered?
One of it was caviar.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
It looks really strange.
Yeah, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you had a like a kind of some meat and caviar
She
type of
just got,
thing.
like, 10
Oh, yeah, I think it was veal.
Oh, veal.
I think you got veal.
So he tries the caviar and just kind of blanches and pushes it aside. But the veal will be good. She'll like the veal.
One of the bullywugs kind of like looks over and it's like, "You're not gonna finish that caviar?"
No, there's so much here. I was gonna leave that. Would you like the caviar?
Yeah, for sure. Like, definitely. I'll clean that off your plate.
What is caviar?
Egg.
And she kind of looks at an individual. What chicken lays this?
The chicken of the sea!
Yeah, the chicken of the sea.
There's chickens in the sea.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Okay.
no, Zikos comes in and just to be a bit mean, he goes, huh. He comes to Dialia and goes, those aren't chickens who lay those. They're these fish called sturgeons, and they could eat you alive.
I don't think that's quite true, but I would like to see the sea. See some sturgeons. Wait, they can keep video on stream, by the way.
What do you mean?
My mic isn't coming through on screen.
I mean, it's coming through on Streamlabs. I can see you speaking.
Oh.
So,
Wizard, I can hear you. It's just for some reason it says you're muted.
okay, so I'm going to ask one of you guys to kind of like roleplay amongst each other if you want to do some small talk, and I'm gonna quickly try and sort this out. And
Mm-hmm.
I let Scraps eat a bit of my meat. Because apparently rats can't have lettuce, because it's toxic to them, apparently.
Really?
were you looking that up? Well,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But how would any of us know that?
Process of elimination over the years of having Scraps.
Process of elimination of scraps? How many
She's accidentally zapped a few of the previous ones, so
This is like Scraps 8.
yeah.
That's why he's called Scraps. No, there's a different reason as to why he's called Scraps.
That's all that's left of all the other ones.
He's created this amalgamation of rat called Scraps. Oh my god, my poor child.
So what you're saying is, since your character is a sorceress, you combined all the pieces of the previous 7 dead rats into this one?
I'd like to imagine Scraps is it's like a cat with 9 lives.
Ah.
You should be good.
Multiple
Maybe. I mean, we can test.
I can't actually sound check. My sound's dead for the actual stream. By the way, in all of this, George is here.
Yep.
He's in the background. Like, no one's addressed. And he's just, like, wide-eyed, tongue out, and looking around at everyone who's eating. And like, the drool is just pouring off of his tongue. He's really eyeing that mutton.
The eye meeting? Alright. I guess so. I guess this will be a good time for Zikos just to show that he's not a total bastard. He like sees George looking over him, and they kind of exchange a few glances. He kind of looks at him and goes like, He kind of rips off a piece and then throws it to him.
Yeah, and George just devours it. Can't remember when he had something so good.
Okay.
Yeah, just to show that Zikos is still very much a part of the protagonists, and as opposed to just being an asshole.
To the dog.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Well,
definitely.
on my character sheet, it does say that Zikos secretly is a big softie. So.
Very secret.
Yeah.
Very, but like this is the first time it kind of shows almost.
Yeah. Okay. So you or were you finished with your expenditure? You kind of interrupted to say you weren't being heard.
No, that was, I think, well,
You
other,
got your-
other than this
guess you-
curious caviar, which she's actually quite eager to scrape it off her plate.
And the bullywug is very happy to get it as well. So you continue on with your meals, and after you finish, you leave the cafeteria. Dialia, did you end up finishing the rest of your veal?
I doubt it. I mean, how is this like 8 ounce or something? I mean, yeah, this is.
Yeah.
It's the best meat she's ever had, but you can see she's really struggling, and she has yet to make it halfway through the steak.
Yeah. All right, so you...
Even though we're past the scene, I thought it would have been funnier if like Dialia ironically had the biggest appetite of everybody.
I mean, at some point, it just becomes a rule of mass, right?
Yeah.
I think like Admiral could probably eat Dialia.
Hey, don't
If
give
you
him
wanted
any
to, yeah.
Don't give him any ideas.
He won't.
So you finish your meals and you exit the cafeteria, and sort of you guys and Glenn sort of quickly break off from his group of friends. Shyle still kind of nervous and avoidant, and quite eager to separate away, but like throwing some concerned glances at Glenn. But Glenn seems to be fine with it. and it kind of starts guiding you down a different hallway and goes, how many rooms do you all need?
A good group of soldiers can fit in one.
You want just one room for everyone?
That'll do, yes.
What? Why? We're in this big rich college. Why do we need one room? I don't want to be near him all night again.
Well, we
As he-
need to
as
get
he
as
points-
many.
as he
We can't
points to
take
my-
up many rooms. If we take up too many rooms, then where's everybody else gonna sleep?
I mean,
Everyone else here already has their own rooms, Admiral.
yeah, we won't have any
Oh.
issues with vacancies or anything like that. If you all want your own room, I'm sure we can arrange. I can arrange that. I'm seeing a lot of nods. Yeah, all right. I think I'll just get everyone their own individual rooms. If you feel more comfortable sleeping with a group, Admiral, I can get you into one of the dorm halls. You'd prefer that?
Room.
Some people, are more comfortable that way. It's not
Yeah,
my thing, but
I could sleep in my own room. It's been. I can't even say how long it's been since I've had my own room.
all right. So, individual room for everyone then. And so Glenn begins the long process of sorting out rooms for the very unexpected guest. It takes a lot longer than you would like it to take,
School administration.
but with throwing around Professor Monette's name around probably a little more than he should, he can eventually get you all your dorms, and they're all direct. All your dooms. I'm sorry, all your dorms, and they're all directly next to each other. So here are your dorms. They should be all the same. Obviously, you have your own personal bathrooms. You have your outer walk-in closet and inner walk-in closet. The desk should already have ink and parchment if you need it. And you just have to close the curtains on your postered beds to activate the darkness and silencing charms. And as he's saying all of this, he opens one of the doors to the dorms room. And you can see that it is massive. The bed is so big that, Admiral, you're not even going to have concerns with leg room. The floor is carpeted with some rich colored fur you don't even recognize. And again, like seemingly every other room in this place, there's a large window made of actual glass that you can see through, overlooking an inner courtyard of the college. Breakfast is at 7. You'll find a clock in the top left-hand desk drawer, so you can all find me there tomorrow if you need anything else. Any questions?
Are we allowed to explore?
Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. You're a guest of Professor Moinette. Anywhere you're not allowed to go will be locked. So don't break any locks. That's just conventional wisdom of etiquette. Other than that, you should be fine. I can't really guide you right now. I do have a lecture to go to as well. I can take you with me, I guess, if you're so inclined.
Sure. I have nothing else to do.
Okay.
Is that there gnome druid there with ye at the lecture?
No, I'm not going to Professor Moinette's lecture at the moment.
I'd been meaning to speak with her.
Well, I believe, I'm sure she'll get back, to you, communicate with you guys at some point. I mean, I wasn't really there for the conversation, but clearly, you're kind of a last minute sort of entrant, so, I mean, she'll have
We'll
to.
be here. We'll be here for 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, you can definitely, you can check her out at her, her open office hours. Usually they're 4 to 5 every Thursdays and Saturdays. A little bit of an odd time, but what can you do when you're head of an entire department? And also, just to remind you, Monette did mention that she would get back to you tomorrow. So, you will be encountering her then. So, I guess, Emily, follow me. I'll bring you to the lecture.
You know what? I'll go too.
You'll go to... okay. So I guess these are where your dorms are in case you need them. Off we go. And
Yeah, I'll join as well.
everyone's joining on this?
Admiral just doesn't want to be left behind.
Okay. So I guess you all... how long do you plan on... Like, are you going to follow him through, like, his entire, like, school day? Like, to multiple lectures?
So during the first lecture, Admiral falls asleep within like 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So,
And his snoring is very loud.
What are the lectures about?
okay, so I'm gonna say like the first lecture. I hadn't actually planned for this.
We don't have to do it. We can just say
No.
the lectures
This is what D&D is about. This is what D&D is about. So I'm
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah. So Glenn's first lecture is like about some mundane art. I'll just go ahead and just say, like basic mathematics. Of typing. There's nothing magical about it. Or anything. I mean, maybe some magic fantasy version of math.
Oh, and that what with like fictional numbers and stuff like that.
Just more letters.
Numbulosis.
Yeah, I guess math would still be consistent. It would be like physics or something, right?
Mathgic.
That kind of gets a little bit odder. A genuine question I don't actually know is would any of this be within your skill set, Emily?
What?
As a
Math?
sorceress? I mean, probably not math, but like if you got into like a magic class, like a lecture on like one of like evocation or divination.
She would know like evocation and stuff.
Okay.
I feel like she would have experimented enough to understand, like, she wouldn't necessarily understand the theories behind it, but she would understand it in practice.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just curious. According to my skill set, if there was a gym class, then Zikos would definitely be the best one in there.
Unfortunately, there is no gym class here.
Yeah, because everyone here is a bunch of scrawny nerds.
Is there like an ancient history class?
There is an ancient history class. Sort of. Are you like asking Glenn about this, like after a lecture or something?
No. I'm just asking you if there is one.
Just asking me. Yes. Yeah. There's definitely an ancient history class. Pretty much anything under the sun. This is the first, like, school. Like, there aren't any other educational facilities or systems of any kind. Right? So the Wind Colleges is where you go for, like, a form of formal education.
All right. Yeah, Admiral is just kind of following around, not really knowing what's what.
So
whatever classes Glenn has are just the ones he follows around for.
okay. Yeah, so Glenn kind of he starts off with just like a math, and he ends up going to a divination class. And I'll say for my mind currently, plus I do plan on doing something later that I want to go into more detail about. I'll say that's it for him. and he eventually sort of leads you back to your dorms, which you guys have been awake for a very long time at this point.
Oh yeah, it's true.
You did-
Because we
you-
walked all through night
Yeah, you
to cross the border.
you broke through like into the city, and then you did the whole puzzle thing, and all that. So I mean, you're definitely ready for sleep at this point. And so there goes, unless anyone has specific chaos they want to ensue. But you are going to be here for 2 weeks. So
Oh, by the way, Dialia is thoroughly enjoying her bed, like jumping up and down on it,
Oh,
and just like doing flips and things. Just to,
is George getting involved in this? It's like George seeing you excited, and so he's getting excited and wagging
oh
his tail,
yeah, no,
jumping up.
it's George's excitement. He's sitting on the corner of the bed, just with wide eyes, watching her.
Okay. So there closes a night, and comes a new day. Now, despite only being 6 sessions in, I've realized I've done quite a few mornings, and like I already know what type, like your typical morning behavior is. I know for everyone except for Admiral, as your new addition. So, is Admiral a morning person? What are the chances?
Yes.
You are. Okay. You're up, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed?
He's up and doing exercises.
Okay. But you're going to stay in your dorm?
Yeah, he was up at like 5 a.m. He still hasn't taken off his armor, so he's doing like jumping jacks and push-ups and clanking a lot at like 5 a.m.
That's what wakes up everyone else.
Well, most people have their kind of like silencing charm curtains closed. So it's actually fine.
Okay.
By the way, Dialia doesn't.
Oh, you have it
She
open?
doesn't use the silencing or the darkness charms.
Would you be awake before 5? Or would you be woken up by Admiral? Because you're an early riser as well.
She would wake up. Anything unusual, she would wake up pretty quickly. If she
Okay,
she
so
heard of,
I
but
guess I'm gonna
she would normally
skip
wake
past.
up with the sunrise.
I'm gonna skip past Admiral's dorm room and jump into Dialia's dorm room and say, Dialia, you're sudden woken up by the sudden clang outside of your dorm. Right? It sounds like armor, right? In a constant movement.
She rolls out of bed, kind of tucks into a stealth in the corner and pulls out a dagger, and then creeps up to the door and looks out.
You look out into the hall to see it is completely empty. You can hear the clang coming from a nearby dorm, which you remember, because I imagine Diao is the type to memorize this, is Admiral's dorm.
Okay, so she'll sort of like quickly trot over and look in the door, or is the door locked?
Just before she gets to the door, Admiral's axe goes flying through the door.
Okay.
He threw it, and then it just kind of
Actually-
impacts.
I'm gonna have you roll for this.
Oh, I have to roll.
For
What should I
smashing
roll?
through a door. I'm gonna go strength check. Give me a strength check, please. I'll
How do I
make it
do
for it to go
checks again?
through
Oh, there
the
we go.
door. I'm gonna make it like a 17.
All right. Well, it didn't work.
You roll
I
it
rolled
into
an
the
8.
chat box.
Yeah, I did, and I got an 18. That's without, so that'd be a 22.
Okay. So, an axe just barrels through the door. Like you're about to like approach, lean in, and then smash straight through, shrapnel all abound, and then it wedges right into the opposite wall, which is somebody else's door.
Holy jeez! So the door's like open now.
No, there's an axe-shaped like hole in it. It didn't knock the door out of it. The door's like still steadily in position in the frame. It was just the axe literally went through it.
Jesus. So okay, so the door.
I mean,
she
you can
opens
look
it.
through. You don't have to open the door to see through it at this point.
Okay, I'll look through the opening then.
And Admiral, what does Dialia see when she looks into your dorm?
Well, I was just standing there, but a lot of things in the room are now broken. Like most of the things, except the bed. Actually, the bed is fine.
And no one else. So no one else not getting attacked.
No,
Gordon!
it's just Admiral.
Okay, she's going to kind of like knock on the door while looking through the hole.
Well,
Gordon to you, little lassie.
What is happening?
Just getting some training in. Could you hand me axe?
She looks at the axe and tries to pull it off of the impaled door. Can she even lift it? I guess she can lift.
She can probably lift it.
Actually,
Yeah.
actually, she's
Be gentle with old Gracie there, would ye?
So okay, so she'll.
But it is decently wedged into like the door, so she has to like yank.
Okay, so she'll yank it off, and is the door unlocked?
The Admiral's door?
Yeah.
Admiral, did you lock your door before going to
He
sleep?
did lock his door, actually.
Okay, so yes, it is locked.
Okay, so she'll go back to the door and like knock again.
Yes?
Your axe?
Yeah? Ah! Just come on in.
He just forgot he locked the door.
So it knocks again.
I mean,
You
she can
lock-
probably just reach through the hole and unlock it, no?
You lock the door.
She's being polite.
Aye. Let me come on over there. Apologies, lassie.
So he walks on over. He unlocks it, which, again, he's surprisingly good at, like, not breaking small things with his massive fingers. Like, he just kind of unlocks it and it's fine. Then he opens up the door for her. He would, like, do the thing where it's, like, let her in and all that, but he's kind of blocking the entire hall into the room.
At this point, like it's been enough time that like a couple of the doors down the hall are opening, and like students are looking out, wondering what's happening.
So she hands him back his axe. So what? Why are you destroying the room?
I'm just doing a little training. You can't train without your weapon.
What training do you do?
Just your basic exercises. Some slashing practice, slashing and smashing, of course. You know.
Okay, well,
You want to see me do a backflip?
I would actually like to see you do a backflip.
I was hoping you wouldn't, because I can't.
Oh. And Dialia just kind of lean backs and like flips her leg in that. Do you want me to show you?
Bravo, lassie! Nimble one, ain't she?
Well, shall we do our morning exercises together then?
Sounds good to me, lassie. Let's head on in. Come on in. Yes.
Is there more specifically you want to get into?
No, I guess they just do exercise unless.
Well, he does. She's going to try to find a safe-ish corner
Away from the
from
axe
him.
wings.
and she's going to start doing stretches, but for her stretches, it's like full splits, leaning forward on the ground, and like
Yeah, like very acrobatic, high level stuff.
like puts her leg behind her head and then reaches up and grabs it, and
while you two are doing your various morning stretches and exercise, one of the students, like groggily walking through the hall, he's got like a cup of some steaming liquid in there. He just kind of like looks through the axe hole of the door. What? Look at his drink. It's just like, it's too early, and just keeps going. how good, I need to see what your proficiencies are either of you at telling time?
That's
Is that a specific proficiency?
It's probably, I get, like, would it be nature, I guess? Kinda like
nature
or survival. I think survival is a better type.
Survival.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through them.
Actually, is something I am proficient in.
Okay. And Dialia, are you proficient in survival? No. Okay. So Admiral, you recall that Glenn told you to meet him at breakfast at 7, and it is getting awfully close to 7, and there are no signs of Emily or Zikos.
Alright, looks like we gotta wake up the other lads. Come on!
Yeah, they take forever to wake up. They're a bunch of bums.
I wouldn't say that. Sometimes you gotta sleep in. I don't sleep in.
Nah, the world belongs to the early risers.
Well, the early risers can't do much against the night owls, now can they?
Okay, you do have me there.
Yeah, Admiral just goes over to the doors now, and he's like not trying to be quiet at all, armor clanking, knocks on the door very loudly. Oi, get up! Just in the middle of the hall, not really thinking about anybody else in the hall. He's just going to their doors, knocking and yelling. And yeah, that's just what he's doing.
Is there any kind of sort of darkish or out of the way corner that you can just sort of
In the dorm halls?
any I don't know, a table that might be set aside or something?
No, this
It
is
is-
pretty much just an empty hallway with doors,
Okay, well she's going
like
to
all along.
she's going to stay back by his in his doorway, but she's thoroughly enjoying watching him wake up. Zikos and Emily.
And it's definitely bothering a couple of late risers. You'll notice, like, most people have already left for the day. Like, while you're doing your exercises, you notice that quite a few people going through the door. But the other late risers are not happy with Admiral, but are definitely way too intimidated to do anything about it.
They're not saying anything about it.
One of them, like, awkwardly needs to kind of get by Admiral's giant frame while he's knocking on the door, and they can't quite fit through, but don't really want to confront. Like,
Are they going to walk around?
they just go back the way they came. Like, there's another.
It's 100 meters the other direction, but they're fine with that.
Yeah. Emily or Zikos, are either of you woken up by this?
She's been awake. She stays in bed because she's a dick.
I see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this has been a recurring thing.
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. Zikos is actually still asleep. He does get woken up by this, and obviously, since Zikos has an axe too, he doesn't realize that it's Admiral knocking down the door. He just thinks somebody is trying to knock.
Well,
down
Admiral is yelling as he does this, so his voice can definitely be heard.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Zikos, being pissed off about being woken up, literally slams open the door with his axe. He's like, "What do you want?
Well, it's time to get up, laddie.
What time is it?"
About 6:53.
Wow,
Oh, damn.
he's really good.
Yeah, no.
Nope, now it's 6:54.
Oh, damn! It's because I looked at Zikos' skills, and survival is not one of them, so that's why he's very much flustered by this.
But Zikos is beginning to, like, get ready to depart.
He literally is like, he's like realizes, he like throws down his axe. He's like, "Oh damn!" and then like goes to get ready.
Gotta get ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And all that leaves left is Emily.
A minute later, she opens the door, fully awake, fully dressed.
But into
No.
ye.
Okay.
We have 5 more minutes. We should get going.
And I would like, Admiral, you seem like the type of person to confidently think they know the way to the cafeteria. So I'll have you roll a wisdom check
Oh, boy.
Jesus.
to see how well you remember your
Wait,
way
wisdom. Actually, wisdom's not. I thought it was an intelligence check.
No.
All right. Oh,
Is that a nat 20?
that is a nat 20.
Oh my-
Admiral has as they were walking around, has somehow memorized the entire layout of the college, I guess.
He spent one day with Glenn and just immediately just got it all down pat. Okay, wow, yes. I mean, 5 minutes is plenty of time to get to the cafeteria. And pretty much as soon as you enter... actually, what time is it? Okay, yeah, I'll sit you guys down and we'll go for our 50-minute... Actually, no. Wait a little bit longer for a break, but soon. As soon as you enter the cafeteria, you are approached by another waiter in a tuxedo. This one is a short orange cobalt. And he goes, right this way, exonerated guest. And the waiter leads you over to a table with Glenn and his gang. As you follow, you notice Allery, the veiled butterfly and headmaster of the college, is at his seat atop the balcony overlooking the hall. Glenn, like I said, is there with a group of friends. Some of them you recognize from yesterday. There's also a couple new faces. Shyle is not present. And Glenn smiles upon seeing you. Goes, hey, you made it. We saved you some seats. Professor Magnet wanted me to tell you, by the way, to just hang around a bit past breakfast. She'll come find you to talk about your like staying situation or whatever.
Oh. Have they seen the room yet?
And you go through another charade of meal ordering.
Yeah, Dially's going to order off the kids' menu.
Order off the kids' menu. You get like a really nice appetite, like this old fantasy version of like breaded chicken strips. With like a little dipping sauce on the side.
Surprisingly, it's actually very much what she's used to. So.
And breakfast comes to a close, right? Once again, unless you want to cause chaos. Students slowly start to make their way to classes or study.
Hey, actually, did they ever get Admiral's barrel?
Oh. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say no, they didn't. And like,
all right, he forgot about it then.
Okay, but regardless of that, halfway through breakfast, the
Daryl
waiter,
shows up.
the waiter from yesterday shows up, a little beleaguered and tired, and goes, "Oh, Sir Arland, I apologize for the wait. It had taken us very long, but we did eventually." We studied and found what we believe to be the best ale from our wonderful city of Krauf that you can get in barrel sizes. Would you like us to save it for supper?
No, set it down right here if you could.
All right, ale for breakfast.
He then picks up the entire barrel and chugs it.
Oh, he's still going. Wow.
Plug.
Wow. So that was oh, dear, wow, that was actually quite quick. Is it...
Not bad. Not bad at all. Thank you, laddie.
Speaking of size issues, yeah, where is all that going? Dially kind of tries to like scoot her chair a little away from him.
Oh, sorry. I don't know your names. Very well.
Yeah, Admiral's very bad with names.
Zemul.
Careful.
Zemul? Did you want any?
Fine.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say no. There's none left.
Well, I'm having some, alright?
The waiter
He hands over
sighs.
He hands over the barrel, and there's like some drops in the bottom.
Sir Zico, would you like us to get?
Nico's just looks inside, looks at the camera, just
Looks at the camera.
on the camera like that. He just looks like kind of almost breaks the fourth wall a bit. Just
Would you like us to get you a barrel as well, Sir Zico?
he kind of like frustratingly tosses down the barrel and goes, no, I don't need to. Unlike this moron, I don't need a morning drink.
It's a
Thank you,
high-quality
sir.
barrel.
The
Good
waiter.
wood there.
The waiter takes the barrel and begins walking away. And after the end of this whole charade, breakfast seems to almost be over, and you see Allery stand from his seat upon the balcony and leaves. Soon, I apologize. You see him on the ground floor alongside Moinette, who are approaching you. One thing you immediately notice is that Allery has a new eye patch. His simple leather patch has been replaced with a large gem-encrusted purple ribbon that wraps around his head at an angle to cover his right eye. Moinette is following beside him, almost running to keep pace with his longer gait. And you can notice that Moinette is visibly nervous. Sorry. As the two approach your table, Allery smiles at you all, and he goes, I hope you have been finding the college's hospitality agreeable?
Yes, this has been the grandest place I've been to. It's very impressive.
Oh, it delights me to hear such a positive review. And I don't mean to ruin the jovialities, but I would like to get to the matter at hand. Moinette has asked if you and your gift could stay with us for 2 weeks. I would rather not involve myself or my colleges in the matters of this war, but I do think these do apply as extenuating circumstances. I will allow you to send your reports back to your authorities, whose reply should take about 2 weeks anyway. I, too, have sent my own missive to the Wikian establishment, and we can renegotiate what to do with the gift once the 2 weeks are over and your commanding officers have had their say.
Point of order.
Yes?
A gift?
Yes, the Amira scroll you provided for us and its contents.
That wasn't that. I think our commanders will want that back.
Yes, well, in 2 weeks' time we will discuss more in depth. It's hard to say exactly what shall be done with this item until I can get a reply from them. I have begun a dialogue, though. I do not plan on just stealing this away. In the meantime,
Yeah, no, Dialga is actually just looking at him, not sure what to really make of that statement.
you are welcome to use our facilities as you wish, and apologies if some of my charges, he kind of looks directly at you, Emily, may come across as harsh. We are at war, and many of us are mourning. Now, unless any of you require anything, I have much work at hand.
Ye. I've seen ye.
A lot of people have.
Ye, that butterfly fellow.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing title, I must say, but I have been called Allery the Veiled Butterfly. Yes.
Ye, a
Yeah.
powerful one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to appear arrogant, but I'm pretty sure I am the most powerful wizard. Although I don't really like to think of it that way. I'm more proud of my educational merits personally. I'm the most learnt wizard, is what I'd like to say.
By the way,
Ye were in Teleranth, weren't ye?
So,
oh, well, Dahlia goes to say something, but when you hear Admiral, she stops and like looks back.
oh wow, Teleranth. Wow. Yeah, I mean that was a very long time ago. I'm not quite sure what ended up happening with Teleranth. I believe it was lost in another civil war a few decades after I had left. Unfortunately, they were wonderful people when I had known them. Are you familiar with Teleranth?
I was in Teleranth only a few months ago.
Oh, must have. I mean, they must have been some rough ruins then.
Admiral's just kind of like his jolly kind of disposition is just not here right now. He's just, it's hard to tell because like his eyes don't really express that much, but he can tell he's just taken out of it by what he's being told right now.
Well, if you're drawn interest by Teleranth and its history, we have many documents in our library for you to explore. You have the time to spend it. And Allery is kind of gonna like eye you all a little bit to see if you're gonna say something before he starts walking away. Is he? Yeah.
Do you? I understand that your students are a curious bunch. And, I mean, I've already had one question me about kind of
Your
list
sorceress
of-
ancestry, yes.
Am I going to run into further problems while I stay here?
So, I hadn't fully thought of that. I believe all of my students to be well-behaved individuals, even if they may have differing opinions. This is a place of collaboration. We have proto-beings and the contemporary races all here together working in unison. But perhaps I will make an announcement at tomorrow's breakfast to make sure that all our students are aware of our non-violent and community-based establishment.
Excellent. That's good to know.
Okay. And so, yeah.
Well, before you, when she finishes, Mr. Ellery Butterfly, sir.
Just Allery is fine.
Ellery, sorry for messing your robe
What?
the other day.
Oh, you mean the puzzle?
Yes, the
Puzzle room?
puzzle.
The antechamber? Oh, of course, no worries. I mean, we purposefully left the room as empty as possible to avoid the cost of resetting the puzzle.
And the doppelganger, how is he doing?
Yes, he's quite miffed, I must say for sure. But we do have many a healer here. Physically, he is doing fine. He has asked to be given leave of his duty, and we are changing our entrance puzzle slightly, given unexpected violent reactions to discovery of doppelgangers. As I say this out loud, in hindsight, we probably should have predicted this.
I just I don't like killing. It was suggested to me and got in my head, and we were getting a little frustrated at the puzzle, but I don't like killing.
Also, keeping somebody locked up in a room, not particularly a smart idea.
Yeah, it was actually her suggestion.
Yes.
Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience I may have caused, but we are in the midst of a war, and as you have already shared your concern, Emily, I am very attentive to ensuring that any violence or bigotry outside these walls do not find their way inside of these walls.
In the event that it does happen, what should I do?
Please go find your nearest professor, and they will seek me out, and I will sort the situation.
There's a small crackle of lightning that comes off of Emily's hair before she's like, very well.
Will you need a comb?
No,
Okay.
that makes it worse, honestly.
I see. Well, with that being said, I must go back to my duties. I hope you enjoy your stay. So, here we are. You thought you had all escaped. You thought, let's play some Dungeons and Dragons for some wonderful escapist fantasy. But all it did was bring you back here. Welcome
No!
to school.
Oh no.
Oh!
I just escaped last April.
So,
In character. I just escaped that.
so you have 2 weeks here of downtime with an entire literal arcane academy at your fingertips. I want everyone to decide on something they would like to work at throughout the 2 weeks, like studying a specific school of magic, learning a language, getting their drinking contest skills up to par, and also a specific thing you want to do. Maybe you want to visit the library or the apothecary. Maybe you want to go punch Shyle in the face, sneak out, explore the city. These events will be happening throughout the 2 weeks, not simultaneously. So, although each one of you are individually going to pick one, you can do it all as a group, unless someone wants to be specifically left out or specifically do something alone. And I will have our break both so that Admiral can have a real meal instead of just a fictional barrel of ale, and also give you a bit of time to think over what you want to do.
Yeah, sounds good.
And so, we will... What time is it currently? 8:05.
8:05.
So we shall reconvene at 8:20.
All right.
Okay.
Should we keep our recordings going?
Yeah.
I'm at least
Yeah.
9 on.
Keep the Audacity recordings
Yeah,
going. You mean?
keep the Audacity recording
Oh,
going.
okay. It's just because I feel like a bit of a fool because about good hour into the stream, I realized that my microphone was not plugged in. So that's why you're hearing me through just the built-in microphone on my computer. So that's why I was like, that's why you heard me get muted for a sec, because I was fucking around
switching
with
over.
was fucking around with the settings, but for some reason my interface wasn't showing up in Audacity, so I'm just gonna go do it like this for now, for today.
Okay.
Oh, well, we'll deal with the recording when we get.
Cool. Yeah, sure.
Cam, I'm gonna message you a few things.
Okay, I don't know if this is what Sci-Fox discorded me about, but if it was about the fact that I had all of us muted, I am now aware of that fact.
Oh,
I'm gonna restart that intro.
Oh,
Nah, just keep going.
I muted us when we went on the break. Hello and welcome back to the audience. Through our break, hopefully everyone has spent some time to think about exactly what they want to do. I'm getting a lot of like private Discord messages. Do you guys want to keep this like secret from each other? What you're working on?
Some of the ones are secret.
Okay.
we all,
Let's see.
we're all huddled over our books.
Just everyone's at the library in their own like 5 tables apart from each other, huddled over. Okay.
it'll be like literally like some fantasy breakfast club stuff going on.
Yeah. All right. So
Instead, Zico's could like go up. It's like, hey, I have a question. Does the platypus comedian know you raid his wardrobe?
So I'm just gonna roll a d4 to see who we go through first. And that will be Dialia.
Oh,
Okay. So the next day comes. Of course, you all go to. Actually, no. It's not the next day. You've just finished breakfast. You have your whole day ahead of you. Dialia, you have already messaged me what you want to spend your
Well-
background time looking up.
well, hang on. There's actually 2 things. One's more important than the other because it's actually a game. But primarily, she wants to look up or take some language classes, and is particularly looking to learn Elven.
Okay. Got a dog. Yeah, there are definitely some Elven classes. And so you're just gonna find the timetable and like consistently follow. And
So that's what that's what she's focusing on. And in the side, when she gets a break or stuff, she wants to have a look at their archives.
yeah, for another thing. And so that's where you're gonna be spending sort of your 2 weeks working through. But is there, aside from, her study schedule, is there something specific Dialia would like to visit, do, say during this 2-week period?
Oh God.
In
In
case
that
it wasn't clear, I'll be asking this for everyone. There's what you're doing throughout the entire 2 weeks, but then there's also like a specific thing you want, like a moment, a role-playing event.
I see.
Okay.
Oh, she did want to have see if she can run in and have a chat with Ellery.
Okay.
Chat with
So
who? You cut out.
Chat with who?
Allery, the veiled butterfly. Now he is a bit of a hard figure to get a hold of. So I'm gonna say you miss him for quite a few days. You don't really get this moment until a decent way through. But eventually, on one of the off days where he is kind of mingling with the student body, you come across Allery, the veiled butterfly. He still has his purple encrusted eye patch, not purple encrusted, gem encrusted purple eye patch. But aside from that, he also has a brace. So his entire left arm is wrapped up in that same gem-encrusted purple ribbon. But this time it covers him from shoulder to fingertip, and then is slung over his other shoulder, so that it holds it up at sort of like a bent angle.
Did he have that before?
Kind of like a broken arm. He did not.
Oh.
And sort of Allery sees you approach. And he goes, and what can I help Miss Anismon with?
Hi. I was just. You got a great place here.
Thank you. It's truth be told, I have discovered many a spells and made many a theoretical papers, but it is these colleges that are the work I'm most proud of.
Do you have the colleges in all the countries?
Well, not across the continent. No, I haven't been able to breach there. It's quite a difficult journey for that to make. But yes, Uikia and Sinless both have many colleges, and we do have a college in the Crown of Thorns as well, although it is much smaller. Unfortunately, I'm trying to work hard to improve upon that one. It's kind of, my pet project that has been put a little bit on hold because of, the situation going on here in our home.
Yeah. About that. Why is everyone at war?
Well, tensions between Sinless and Uikia have always been a little bit on the rough side. Um, they had a lot of religious conflicts between each other. But this war, the final straw was when Pavi, the blind dragon, and militant soldier of the Uikian army had murdered the prince of Sinless. Many believe this may have been an accidental bout of wild magic, but clearly, because of this war, as you can see, a lot of the Sinless authority are not convinced. It's a difficult thing, I will admit. It saddens me to see. I had, befriended Pravi partially as much as you can. She's a difficult one to get along with for certain. But it saddens me to see that she is in such a state and has caused such a situation.
Oh, but just over. Well, I guess, but that's what started it. But that's not really what they're fighting for. Over, is it?
I mean, certainly, you'll see a lot of people. I mean, the war has just started, so no one's really come up yet. But I can definitely foresee that many academics and historians, now and in the future to come, will definitely argue about exactly what caused the war and why it kicked off. But yes, a lot of people believe that Uikia and Sinless were due for another war. A lot of border disputes have been occurring, and once again, as you mentioned, there are the differences in religious beliefs.
Yeah, well, that's true. Wikia likes their new gods.
Well, yeah, just sort of gods in general. Not Sinless, not a big fan of gods for the most part.
No, gods are don't like to keep their place. I think we kind of do fine down here on our own.
Yes. Well, of course, I would ask you, Dialia, perhaps keep your thoughts on this to yourself while you're here. There are many different people here with many different beliefs, and I would like to keep things as neutral and focused on academia as possible.
They're not a fan of the gods around here?
Well, some are, some are not. There are people here from all walks of life. I have a couple students all the way from northern Uikia, and some that have just shipped in from outside the continent, right? And of course, there are, as I'm sure you can tell, a large majority of sinless citizens here as well, who they primarily, for the most part, well, I would assume, follow in your thoughts.
Well, I guess we probably shouldn't talk about it too much then if people are going to get fussy about it. But, you know, I think the gods' times have come and gone.
Well, Allery kind of just looks around. Between you and me, I can see where you are coming from. And I would like to end this discussion at that, if you don't mind. Is there anything else I can help you with, Dialia?
So you're not going to be fighting in this war. You're going to
No, I have officially made my stance neutral. I do not want to take part in the war. I believe it will be damaging to the credibility of this institution, and also on a personal matter, I do not think this war is founded on good faith, and I don't think it, regardless of victor, lead to a better, more unified Plowsmith.
Yeah. Wars can get messy.
Yes, they most... Trust me, I know how wars can get messy. Those days are behind me, though, and I understand you are a soldier, but I hope one day you will be able to say the same as well.
I think you give me more credit. It's...
Nonsense. Each can be a guiding agent of their own destiny, so to say. I mean, you did literally hand me a divine artifact that puts that fact into question. But, regardless, it is the desire to forge on, which what makes us, right?
I guess to be honest, I'm just in the army because, quite frankly, I find it safer than being out there in the rest of the world.
Yes.
I'm not really much into this whole war and soldier thing.
It is a dangerous world out there, and I hope in these coming 2 weeks you will see that this college is a step towards changing that world. A world where we seek for education and unity over conflict and just giant terrifying bears in the forest.
Yeah, and your beds are really, really comfy.
Thank you, yes. That's only the best for my students. Actually,
yeah, that was it. She'll
okay.
nod her leave.
Allery's very happy to hear all your compliments about the college, and with his one good arm kind of waves you off and lets you go. Next, I am going to go over Admiral.
All right. So yeah, Admiral, should I say what the overarching thing is first, or should we do the...
Yeah. Go for it. Just say what you're doing in the background this whole time.
So what Admiral's been kind of doing is that, he's not going to attend classes. He doesn't get, he knows what classes are. He's been through military training and all that, but he just doesn't care to sit through lectures and such. So he just kind of spends a lot of his time training, jogging around campus, training in more open areas than his room. And as he does this, he's kind of just getting to know like a lot of the students because he's just kind of this jolly old man who's just been running around the campus and he's just social. He's not really thinking too much about it. He talks, he's having fun, and just over the course of the weeks, he's starting to become like a name that people know in the school, know and appreciate because he's just such a friendly soul. And yeah, so that's just what Admiral's doing. He's going around. He's just being super lovely with everybody, and now if you ask pretty much anybody, any student at least, they will know who Admiral is and have good things to say about him.
I actually do want to. You'll still have your specific event if you want, but I actually want to thrust one upon you, Admiral,
Alright.
because you have been so friendly and open. I'm sure you've met Glenn a couple more times as well to hang out. But you have also, in your times, had come to know a very short little kobold by the name of Flan. Flan is a chemist. He's in the spends a lot of his time in the apothecary, and he's kind of like a sad little skittish figure. And so your sympathetic heart, you sort of followed him along at some times, maybe helping him carry some heavy things he couldn't do. And on like the later half, right, you're nearing the end of your stay here. You come across Flan at some point, and he's very nervous. He's very panicky. He kind of just like runs by you without. He gives like a cursory comment, and like as he nudges against you, he like drops all of his loose papers, and he just goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Admiral. I just." And he's trying to collect his papers again.
Okay, so just go from there.
Yeah.
I will say, because you said this is happening at the end, I will say the specific thing I wanted to do would probably happen like immediately, like at the start of the 2 weeks. But
Do you want?
should we do that first?
If you think it'll
Beauty
affect it, sure. Let's do that first.
Because he wanted to talk to the druid, the gnome.
Moinette. Yes.
Yes, Monette.
Yeah, Moinette is very easy to find. You remember that her office hours are between 4 to 5 on Thursdays and Saturdays. So you, with your expert survival skills and it's just oddly precise timing abilities, know exactly when that is. And yeah, Moinette is there in her office. You have to wait a couple of minutes while another student is in there talking with her, but not for too long.
Of course, while the other student is in there, Admiral does spend a lot of time knocking and being loud.
So finally the door opens. The student is a little like annoyed at first, but then when he sees who it was knocking, he's like, "Oh, hey, Admiral. She's all yours."
Alright. So Admiral strolls on in. You there.
Yes,
You're the druid, yes?
I am in fact a druid.
Been looking for one of yous.
Hello.
Now, I just wanted to ask you. He pulls out one of his medallions. Have you ever seen one of these here?
I'm sorry, but no, I have not. Should this be familiar to me in a way? What's its relation to the druidic arts?
I've been told a druid has some of me medallion.
Odd. Okay, do you mind if I see it for a minute?
Yeah, he hands it to her. It's scuffed up and old. However, the symbol engraved on it is still there.
Okay. She does not recognize it at all, but she is interested by it. It's kind of like an interesting little curiosity to her. She turns it around a little bit, tries to like rub away a bit of maybe like grime or stuff that's kind of caked itself there. Well, I'm sorry to say that I don't know how this relates to druids. I fear whoever stole this from you stole them for reasons aside from any druid-esque purposes.
It
Can
was Druid who took them.
I ask how you're so sure?
Well, when a few. How long has it been since like they were like
I
in the
think like
village?
over a week or so ago.
Well, some week ago, I woke up in a forest after a great battle and lots of little plant magics and such around me, and me meadows were gone.
Okay. So like plant magics. You mean what exactly? Like they were moving, talking.
When they were talking, they were saying something about something.
Mm, yes, yes. I mean, could be. Yeah, sounds possible. I wouldn't throw it past the idea that a druid came by separately from a thief. Um, there's no one I know in the academic circles who would do something like that, but I am saddened to say that um, Druidism is one of the arts which does have a lot of solo sort of academics that they spend a lot of time on their own. I can't really account for them. There are a few notable unsavory characters who could potentially be your thief.
So you've never heard of the Tellus?
Nope, that does not ring any bells for me. I'm sorry that I couldn't have been more helpful. You can try. There's of course Venyo in the winged college of the dragonfly. He's much more versed in kind of the druidic dialogue. He speaks with a lot of these kind of more hermit-like individuals. And I mean, someone who might have just been the thief is, of course, Belia, who I believe she resides in the Mistfields now. So it definitely would not be an enjoyable trek, but she would be the type to rob someone blind.
Can't say I know where these places here are, but I will be taking your information.
You can find them easily on any sort of international map.
I'd go and talk to your headmaster, was it? I'd go and talk to him, but difficult man to find.
Yes, Alarid's extremely busy. Currently.
He would know. The beasts all knew the Tellus.
You'd have to. Alarid is very old. He's very informed. You'd have to try him yourself for answer to that. I'm afraid I am unfamiliar.
Well, I'll be heading out then. Admiral is still just not jolly at the well. He was jolly like before he came in, but now he's just kind of distraught again. Maybe even a bit more discouraged this time. But
Moinette is very sad that you are sad. She's really hurt by the idea that she couldn't have helped you. I'm really sorry. I wish you the best of luck in your search, and I hope this criminal becomes accountable.
well, I'll be off then. I told Brismal that I'd go and lift a few barrels for him.
he does often need help lifting barrels. always bites off more than he can chew. And with that, I believe your time with Moinette is over. So I'd like to fast forward back to Flan, who has just dropped a whole bunch of papers near the end of your 2 weeks, very panicked, constantly muttering to himself about some mistake of some kind.
Oi, laddie there, calm your britches now. What's got you in all this?
Oh my goodness! I'm trying to remain calm. I swear I'm trying to do my best. But
breathe.
Okay. Look, it's just.
Here we go.
It's just look. There's okay. I'm not really allowed to share the project I'm working on. It's kind of like a private thing. Not really. Make these things public.
I'm not a student, so I think it's fine.
No, this is definitely something that I cannot tell anyone about, and I won't. But okay, it's like there's this person you're working for, right? And they're like a really cool, super awesome dude, and they made a mistake, and you're like just some nobody, and who found out the mistake. There's no way you could tell this person that they made a mistake, right? So here I am, knowing that there's a mistake. I know what the solution is, but I don't know where on earth I'm gonna get trident venom, right? I can't get that in a couple of days.
Where'd you get this venom?
What? You get it from the ocean, right?
Ocean?
Like the middle of the ocean, not coastal ocean, the middle of nowhere. At the bottom of the ocean, by the way. Triton snails, bottom, deep sea ocean. I mean, there's just no... you're a really helpful guy, Admiral. I know you are. I really appreciate it, but there is literally no way you...
So hard to get these things, and how do you even know they exist?
Well, I mean, people have gotten them before.
Like who?
I mean, Allery himself has actually, he delved,
I'll go and take them from him!
Well, he's all out. I mean, this was, centuries ago, when he, I don't know, met some oceanic society, or whatever. Apparently there's, a whole bunch of people down there. They don't talk very often.
And I wouldn't be so sure about that. They say the beasts love to hoard some treasure.
I'm not gonna rob Allery the Veiled Butterfly. That'd be insane!
Don't rob him. You just need to ask. He seems like a reasonable fellow. I don't know what happened to his eye, though. Last time I saw him, he still had it.
Oh, jeez. I mean, his eye, it seemed like his whole face is bandaged up. I don't know. Clearly, I don't know. He's doing, some kind of other, I should stop talking.
Sure, miss one little talon.
No, Allery's a busy guy. He does a lot of projects sometimes. They require incubation.
He's the one who made the mistake.
I gotta go. It was very nice talking
with
with
his
you.
hand on his shoulder.
Oh God.
Laddie,
Mm-hmm.
this is your chance. You wanna make yourself not a nobody? You can seize the day right here. Show not only that ye know what you're doing, but show that even the big man in charge, who has all the resources, could have done it, but you did it.
I want you to roll a persuasion check.
Is this including the persuasion boost he's gotten from doing all this socializing?
I will give you a +2 because of your rapport with Flan.
Okay. I don't know how to. Oh wait, this is...
It's gonna be a tough one though. I'm gonna give it
It's
60.
gonna roll. It's gonna roll a die and then add it manually. Oh, okay, he's not getting it.
No, look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just we're talking about the veiled butterfly. All right. There's no way. I mean he probably knows. He probably already knows. Of course he does. Of course he does. I mean he's not the one who made the. This is some theoretical superior individual, unrelated.
So then why hasn't he fixed it?
It's just take.
Oh, you think he's gonna kill you?
I'm not. No, he's not gonna. It's not gonna kill me.
I've seen him kill people.
I mean, sure, yeah, he's got quite a storied history of killing people, but he's never killed any of his students before.
Well, there you go. You're not in any danger. Oh wait, I can't convince him anymore.
I really appreciate it, Admiral. I'll try and figure something out.
Well, you have a good day now, buddy.
And Flan quickly runs off to go back to doing what he is doing. Zikos,
Yes.
you are up next. What does Zico spend his days doing?
Right. So I have three things. I have one thing that I sent to our DM in secret because it's something that could potentially come into play later, but it's something that Zikos as a character would find embarrassing if the rest of the party found out. Just because of how he is.
Yeah.
But I feel like with how he would be normally, he would actually probably be more exploring the town. You know, he'd be around town just drinking in bars, potentially starting fights with some of the locals, who knows. And so yeah, that's what he'd be doing most of the time, aside from the one thing that I've told our DM in secret. But the main role-playing thing that I was thinking of, I figured this would be a good character development because I feel like, you know, since he's one of the protagonists and he, you know, gave a bit of his meat to George earlier, I figured this would be a good thing to do to give him a bit of character development and sort of ease some of the tension. Is okay, so just to remind me, is the sort of axe thing, like is that Dialia's room's door that the axe went through, or was that
Admiral's? It was Admiral's door, and that
Okay,
has
okay.
not been fixed, by the way.
Okay.
Oh,
The
really?
whole
I-
time.
So I figured, despite the fact that you know, there's the very one-sided rivalry between Zikos and Admiral, I figured it could have some sort of Zikos could walk by Admiral's room one day and see Admiral, you know, doing his training and stuff like that, and sort of kind of start off hostile, but then it could kind of turn into sort of like a
I have
him starting to let his guard down, maybe, in terms of Zikos, I mean. Or did you have something for me?
I have an idea if you will be willing to indulge.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I like the idea that you're kind of just wandering around. You're a bit bored by the academic environment. You're looking for other fun things to do. And you come across at some point, maybe in like the open courtyard, is sort of Admiral doing some more of like a quiet, simple training. But he's also like collected a small little audience of other students that have joined him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine Zikos at first is kind of like dismissive, whatever. It's like, oh, of course, Admiral, you think he's so great. I could do way better at training. And kind of like starts off a bit like trying to do a competition thing, but then eventually just sort of settles down into like this sort of yoga session that they're going through, and just follows along with Admiral Add more
That's pretty much what I was thinking too. Was like something that will kind of sort of break down the barrier of him a bit as a character. I find so.
Yeah. As for exploring the city, Zikos definitely can sort of get away visually with looking like a proto being. So he can do that quite frequently without being harassed. Although you notice further and further as you get into the week, um, it gets a little bit harder to exit the college. Like eventually, like the halfway point, you need to get like a pass, like a little write-up that says you are leaving, and then announce when you come back. And then in the last couple of days, it just straight up is barred. You're not allowed at all.
Okay.
You've also noticed as you know the weeks come to a close, just the entire school environment is getting a little bit more hectic, a little bit more frenzied. People are less willing to talk, a bit more in a rush.
Exam times are coming up.
Which does Zico's fine, because, I mean, these are all a bunch of nerds he doesn't really need to, to bother with.
Exactly.
For sure. You even come across Allery, the Veiled Butterfly, once. Although now, in place of just his simple eye patch, his entire head is wrapped in these gem-encrusted purple ribbons, so that he.
But every time we see him, is he gonna be more and more fabulous? You mean, or
Yeah. Every single day, he's more in these like purple ribbons.
Is it more and more fabulous or more and more injured?
And he.
Both.
So he's completely blind, and he has like a student next to him that's like guiding him through because he has like all these ribbons over him. And lastly, we have Emily.
Yes.
What is Emily? I mean, you have your private Discord message, but just share what you're willing to share publicly for audience stream.
Okay. The second one, you can just give me a yes or a no if there's information about that. If it's yes, we can talk about that later.
Yes, for sure.
Oh, okay, sick. So she at first wants to spend a couple of days staying in the library and looking into sorcerers, blue dragons, and the bloodline of the two mixed together.
Yeah, so you search into that. It's actually pretty well documented. There is one sorceress in particular that has kind of skyrocketed the popularity of this specific breed, which is, of course, Pavi the Blind Dragon. And what you find in your research is that there is basically, it's believed that all dragon-blooded sorcerers of a specific color come from the same dragon. So they're all tangentially related in some way. There's not like multiple dragons that are the host. The name of the dragon specifically has been lost to time, but no one really knows how old dragons can get, and so I don't know. Maybe it's around, maybe it's not. No one really knows. Dragons aren't really present in Plowsmith. They only fly over from the ocean very rarely.
Cool. And I'm assuming Pavi is. Is there any information about them?
Yes. Pavi, the blind dragon, is the youngest of the 5 beasts of burdens, and is famous for being a complete wildcard. She is part of the Uikian military, but is known for just insane amount of collateral damage. She's taken as many enemy names as she has taken the names of allies. She's a bit of a rare case because she's both a dragon-blooded sorceress and wild magic sorceress.
if I may interject, just because I'm just kind of confused in terms of, didn't you say earlier that Pavi the
Blind
was it the
dragon.
blue dragon?
Blind.
Blind dragon, yeah. Didn't you say that he was the one who somewhat started the war, or am I completely off?
Yes. No, you are correct. The official reason why the war started is because Pavi murdered the Prince of Sinless. So
Okay.
she murdered the son of the king, which is why the war started. So a lot of people have a lot of concerns about sorcerers. Have a bit of a bad rep. Pretty much ever since Pavi became famous, for just how much she's indiscriminate in her violence. And another
Does
thing,
it ever mention what color dragon she is?
she's blue. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
No, she's the blue dragon-blooded sorceress. And it is thought, but not known for certain, that no one can have any stored arcane potential near her, or else they start exhibiting wild magic as well.
Ooh.
It's just she just has like an aura around her that just causes magic to just go haywire.
That's a sick rumor.
It is.
I also see here that you spend a little bit of time researching what rats like eating.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't actually know that, so I'm not going to roleplay the answer for you.
It's
But
definitely not
Oh,
lettuce.
it's not
Other
lettuce.
rats.
I think
I'll
it's
look it
just
up.
anything.
They eat what they can eat. I mean, they must have preferences, for
Well,
sure.
Yeah.
Grains and whatnot, just high
Right.
carb foods that are.
Dialia, the rat expert, isn't that telling? And you also mentioned, if I'm allowed to say this out loud,
Yes.
that you want to spend some of your time attending some lectures and learning casting. So I want you to give me a field of magic and roll a d20 to see how well you familiarize yourself.
A field of magic? Illusion.
Illusion. Okay. So roll a d20 and we will see if you can learn any useful illusions.
It's a 19, so
Wow. Okay. Man, I was actually hoping that someone would want to get themselves a cantrip, and so I had a repertoire of, if you rolled poorly, some like cantrips I made up that are just absolutely useless. But with a 19, you can pick an illusion-based cantrip from the repertoire.
Can Admiral have a bad cantrip? He doesn't know anything about magic at all. So maybe like when he was like socializing, he like talked to one of the magic students and got
what
like
the
a
students
vague idea.
Taught him a joke cantrip.
Yeah, I 100% believe that like Admiral totally joined a like study group, right? Where everyone is like really cramming and studying hard on this one thing, and he's just entirely derailing the session, and then just brought everyone off on this crazy tangent where they all got together and invented like a horrible. You know what your cantrip is? You can spawn a party candle into a pastry.
All right.
That's your
wait,
power.
I kind of love that. I kind of wish I didn't roll well now.
No, I get the ultimate power.
Admiral has
dang.
the power to
I mean, whenever you're
spawn.
hungry, I mean,
If we do have birthday candles available.
And just to establish some mechanical rules here, this candle is not bright enough to like light a room or anything.
What?
What'd you say?
the candle that you summon is not bright enough to light up a room or anything. You don't have like an infinite torch out of the spell. It is just like a tiny little.
It's a birthday candle.
Yeah, it's a little birthday candle. All right, it lasts for like a minute, maybe.
As I'm doing all of these things, do I get weird looks from people?
So, well, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna assume since your encounter with Shile, you're gonna be a little bit, like, you're gonna be quite diligent about hiding your arm.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say you get away mostly scot-free, but you definitely do get some glances and notices from time, and the group definitely expands as time goes on, and you become more familiar, and maybe not. They'll never admit to it, talking behind your back. But no one confronts you about it.
Awesome. If there's ever at any point that I hear people talking crap, the crackle of electricity.
They definitely clear house when you do that. I was like talking behind your back, like Shile is there, bad mouthing you to like some stranger you never met before, and like they see Spartan, they just book it. And throughout your time, near the end, you come across Allery, the Veiled Butterfly, way late into nearing the final days, and the dude's just in like a straitjacket of purple ribbons, right? His complete arms are bound, face completely buried, like just from the waist up, it's all gem encrusted purple ribbons wrapped around the whole time. The school is definitely getting more hectic. You notice a lot of students like drawing sigils onto the walls, and some even like on the floor, like they have like just chalk and just kind of going at it all over the place.
I'd like to, when I see Allery, I'd like to approach him and strike up a conversation.
Okay, so I'm gonna say like you approach Allery near the end when he's like waist up,
Yeah.
just bound.
Excuse me, Allery.
I'm not gonna roleplay the muffling because it's just gonna genuinely make it difficult to understand. But he is speaking from behind a ribbon, right? And he goes, "Yes, Emily, is that you?"
Yes, hello. Are you all right? You look in far worse shape than what I remember 2 weeks ago.
Oh yes, I'm fine. You do not need to worry yourself. The school is going through a couple of changes, and we it is adjustment for sure. But of course I am fine, and I will be very excited for renegotiations for your lovely gift when the time comes.
Yes. Also, what exactly are your students doing? They've noticed they've been drawing sigils and whatnot onto the walls and floors.
Oh, just tensions rising, and just adding defensive effects to protect the. That was the worst roll of my entire life. Yeah, this guy's easily lying through his teeth. Gosh darn it, Adler, you're like one of the greatest wizards of all time, and you can't even tell a lie.
I would prefer if you would tell me the truth. I can handle that much at least.
I apologize, but it is private college matters. It is not something that is relevant to you. But I will also say it should not affect you in the coming days. So worry not, let them work. They're magic. That's a bit of a joke. I see. Wrong crowd. Okay. It's nothing for you to concern yourself about. You're here only for a few more days. If it's causing you anxiety, and then you may be off.
All right. More just confused and a little bit concerned, but if Ellery the veiled butterfly says that I should not worry, then I won't worry about it.
You shall not worry about it.
Was that a spell? They were a command.
She doesn't worry about it for 6 seconds and then she's worrying again.
It was not a spell. It's just an odd statement. And so you comes the final day. Your 2 weeks are over. I'll sort out after your specific skill boons or whatever. I'm not going to do that live. But you awake on the final day. I will say, as usual, Dialia and Admiral, you awake. And specifically, Admiral, you have quickly made friends with the early risers throughout your time. And you sort of got into a bit of a ritual with them to kind of meet and greet. And even in those last couple of days when they're hectic and running around, usually for the most part you could catch a couple of them, but you notice today, no one.
He's doing his jumping jacks and all that, and when the time kind of passes and nobody shows up, he kind of turns to Dialia. He's just awfully quiet today, isn't it?
Yeah. So, not only no one shows up, how? I guess we're out in the courtyard or in the commons.
Are you guys going out? I mean, it's up to you. You can.
You know what? I bet everyone just wanted to get a head start without us. Let's head on out, eh?
Okay, so as you guys walk through the halls, not only do you not see a single person, but also the walls, floor, ceilings are all littered in sigils of chalk. Some are also just some smeared substances, a couple of some gross, pungent smells to them.
Can I detect any magic off of it, or can I investigate for magic? Or
I mean, I'm not even going to make you roll for it yet. It's definitely magic. Like, these aren't just doodlings.
Yeah. Admiral's kind of looking around. He's just like,
You know, they really need to get Larry on this.
say, I am deciding a lore thing now. Larry is the janitor.
the scruffy.
Yeah. But there is no Larry to be seen. And when you make it to the courtyard, there's no one there either. And usually there's always someone hanging around.
Should we get the others up? What's going on?
Yes, we could. Well, here's the thing. We could, but we got two options here. Either everyone's having breakfast, or everyone's dead. That's how it usually goes when you can't find everyone during a war. So maybe we go to the cafeteria first.
Okay, let's check. Let's check option 1 first.
You're going to the cafeteria?
Go to the cafeteria.
Okay. Okay. This has thrown me through a loop. This is going to be interesting. Okay. When you enter the you're going to want to change the music for this.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
When you enter the dining hall, all of the tables and chairs are gone. In their place, circling around the center of the room, are rows and rows of students, knelt down and bowing towards the room's center. In that center, hanging from the ceiling, is a massive web of gem-encrusted purple ribbons wrapped around themselves many times over to form a massive cocoon of silk that hangs upside down. At the very
This is one interesting breakfast.
At the very end of this giant cocoon is a small bulbous growth. You notice a wrapping of the ribbon on the bulbous grove slowly slip away to reveal elven lips. Ah, I'm so glad you could make it.
Then
I must apologize for this small betrayal, but I will not be returning the idol of the Crown of Thorns to you. It is not that I am sympathetic to Sinless, but simply that this beautiful artifact, it deserves better to be dishonored as a tool for war. Such shallow sights to see, such a beautiful thing as a mere weapon. But I see. I too was misled. Academically curious? Of course I was. But never had imagined it to be so much more. But now I see. I understand. Through your insignificant mortal mind, you see this situation as perhaps a little threatening. A man gone mad in the face of divinity?
I'm starting to back towards the doorway.
And perhaps there had been a time where I was threatened, and I thought the gods infallible, but now I see. The door behind you closes. Locked shut. Long ago, a simple farmer of the name Atomus dreamt of a better world, but he built himself and grew with the fat of the very thing he fought. He did not defeat, he became. He could not see where he lost his way, but now I see. I ask of the mortals of Rat Squad to not fear what I have become. This is not a grapple for power, not a wizard blinded by the allure of the arcane. This is a noble duty. I shall sacrifice my childish form and become anew, and it will be good. I hope you will see. So such ends the age of dusk, the age of dead gods where mortal children are left to fight over insignificant scraps. I shall dash thee away. I shall let close the dusk. I shall bring a new age, a new dawn. And in this new dawn I shall be unveiled.
Oh, yeah, look. Where's the windows?
As the announcement echoes through the chamber, another wrapping of ribbon falls off the bulbous growth, just below the elven lips, revealing the eyes of a man once known as Allery. And yes, I mean eyes plural, for where once was an eye patch is now a small lump of flesh embedded into his face. For now I see. I shall be God.
Oh, Jesus.
there's the butterfly I knew.
A huge bramble of thorns
What?
explodes out from the lump of flesh in Allery's head, encompassing the entire room.
Wait a sec. Is that our lump of flesh?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh man! I figured it was.
And as this bramble of thorns explodes out, Admiral and Dialia, you're both nicked by a thorn, and I want you to roll a DC 21 Constitution saving throw.
Ooh.
I mean, Admiral's got armor on. That's gotta give me something.
DC 21 Constitution saving throw.
Alright.
Saves. There we are. Not.
Not Dialia. Are you gonna do better?
I see.
Oh, did it not work? I got a 17, so that would be exactly 21.
Okay.
That does succeed.
So,
Meat speed.
Admiral, you see Dialia immediately combust into a red mist and just evaporate into the air.
Wow.
You are close to the door out of the dining hall. What do you do?
So, what'd you do there to the little lassie?
I'm gonna say you are on a time crunch.
Okay. Well, he still asks the question.
To who?
I keep
My
forgetting
miss?
his name.
Allery?
Yeah.
So what are you asking him?
He's just asking what he did to Dialia.
She is united once more with the origin of flesh, where she deserves to rest, as shall ye.
Before he finishes his sentence, Admiral is going to chuck his axe right at Allery's face.
Okay.
What should I roll for that?
It's an attack. Just roll your hit with an axe.
I don't remember where it is. Hold on. It is, so I guess D12.
They're wishing they got us up.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Oh.
That's a D12, not a D20. You're rolling to hit.
Oh. Right.
Second chance.
What? I got a 15. I don't get why it's not working.
Okay. You throw your axe, and as it makes its way halfway across the distance, it just suspends in mid-air, and then starts retracing its arc back towards you, and it starts speeding up.
Okay.
And I will roll. Okay, poorly.
Can I catch it then?
I'm not going to say you catch it. I'm going to say it swings past behind you and, as has been proven already, has the capability to puncture straight through doors. And it burst the dining hall doors behind you open. This entire time, the thorny brambles of the dining hall are continuously expanding.
I'll be right back. You just wait here a moment. He rushes out to get his axe and get the other two.
And I want you to do an athletics check.
Okay.
As you do that,
What dice do I roll for that?
so if you go under your skills, you should
Oh, that's
see
right.
athletics. You just click and drag the +6, and this will be a DC 18. Okay. So you trip over a kind of expanding thorn as you run away, and it nicks you again, and another DC 21 Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Okay, I see what I was doing wrong now with the rolls. I was like
+6.
trying to act.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Your Constitution should be better than that.
Yeah, no, that was without anything. See, there's no plus.
Your
I don't think
Constitution-
that's above. Yeah, it's not above 21 anymore.
Their Constitution save is 5, so that would be 20. So, Emily, Zikos, you guys are just enjoying a nice, groggy sleep, or Emily's just being lazy. Zikos is asleep.
I'm being an asshole.
Yeah.
Correction.
Eventually, Emily, you do realize that like the expected ritual of one of your party members just getting annoyed and trying to wake you up hasn't occurred.
This is strange. Already dressed, already awake.
Wait, sorry, I need to retrace back. Are you dressed but still in bed?
I am dressed, but because this is my own room, I'm just sitting on the bed.
Okay.
I'm literally waiting for somebody to just knock on the door. I'll poke my head outside into the hall.
You poke your head outside. You see all of the sigils littering the hall's roof floor. Admiral's door has just been carelessly left open. Dialia actually does close her door behind her, so that one's closed. But no one in sight.
This is odd. I'm gonna walk over to Dialia's door and knock on it.
And you get no response.
Okay.
Which, by the way, that would strike you as really weird because she gets up at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, I will. Excuse me, Dialia, and open the door to check if she's okay.
I would actually assume that Dialia, you lock your door behind you when you leave.
Yeah, probably. Sure. Yes, you would actually.
I feel like that's a Dialia behavior. So the door is locked. I don't know if you're going to force your way through. I don't know if you have the means for that. You probably do.
Nah. If it's locked, then it's locked. I'll poke my head into Admiral's room, see that it's empty, and I'm gonna knock on Zikos' door.
I guess Zikos answers obviously all groggy and he's not dressed. He'll be like, what?
People are missing.
Sorry, well, I didn't actually hear what you said.
People are missing.
What?
Well, Admiral's not around. I'm not sure if Dialia's awake, but I would assume she is. That's generally what she does.
Her door's locked?
Yes, her door is locked. She's not answering. But she's known to wake up quite early, so this is uncharacteristic.
That's not right. And at this point, Zikos is starting to sort of sense something's terribly wrong, so goes over to Dialia's... Yeah. Goes over to Dialia's door, and I'm assuming because of Zikos' size, I can do this. Kicks it down.
I am going to make you roll for it.
Okay. What should I roll then?
Do a strength check. I'm going to make it relatively easy because I feel like we've established that the doors in this building are soft. So 13 strength check.
Okay.
Yeah, you smash that thing off its hinges.
Yeah, and then obviously walks in, sees
that it's completely empty.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Is George there? Would you take George with you to exercise?
Actually, she would have just.
Okay, yeah. So
she would have left him locked in the room.
I was going to say, but for the story, wouldn't it be a bit easier if George was there, but kind of freaking out almost or something like that?
Well, if George was there, he'd just be waiting for Dialia to get back. He doesn't have a sixth sense or anything.
He doesn't have much sense.
I'm going to quickly just say George also got nicked by a thorn and just disappeared. Did not turn into a red mist.
And that means we have to kill the bastard then.
Man, we don't know that yet.
He killed my
This
dog.
is.
I was going to say, he tried to kill the dog.
It's very odd, the fact that neither Admiral nor Dialia are around, and there's no students.
I would have thought I would have gotten woken up by that big blundering oaf's voice by now.
Yes, I agree. This is strange.
What shall we do?
Do what we do best. Explore. Let's go. She's gonna start walking down.
Are you going anywhere specific, or are you just doing a wander of exploration?
I'm just doing a wander, being careful. At this point, she's definitely moved her cloak back so that she has full access to her dragon arm, just in case shit goes down.
And you definitely get an eerie, creepy vibe as you start spending more and more time exploring, and you still see nobody, and there is no place untouched by these sigils. It is everywhere, even in the tallest of rooms. It's all the way up in the ceiling. It's just non-stop littered all over the place. And eventually, on your travels, you eventually come to a hallway, and at the very far end of the hallway, you can just see these thorny brambles kind of slither across a corner and just slowly expand their way, growing towards you down the hall.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Ugh.
I don't like that. I'm going to go this way. I'm just going to start walking away from the branches.
Yes.
So you quickly sort of power walk your way in
Yeah.
seemingly the opposite directions until a couple of turns later, you come across another hall with expanding brambles, kind of
Oh,
eking their way
fuck's
through.
I will cast Firebolt, and I'll Firebolt it to see what happens.
Okay. Gosh darn it, my terrible memory. Do you have to roll to hit for Fireball? I believe so.
Yes, I do. Dirty 20.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
You definitely hit, and the thorns sort of writhe and wiggle angrily before bursting out incredibly quickly
Oh, shit.
towards you, and completely miss. They just slam straight into the wall next to you and actually puncture directly through it and into the next room.
All right, I think we should get going, Zikos. Let's go. Just starts.
Let's go. This is starting to get very creepy.
So you basically sprint your way in the opposite direction, coming across another thorny bramble at the end of a hall, and the brambles have caught up to you on the other side. So you now only have the kind of lecture halls entrances on the side.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you quickly make your yeah.
I was just gonna ask, just because I just wasn't sure. So they're attacking us right now. That's what's happening.
Well, they are kind of. It's just like the bush is growing and expanding to fill up the entire building, but when Emily attacked it, it did seem to attack back.
Okay.
You do get a roll a perception check, both of you.
Okay. Where is? Oh, is that in skills?
10.
Yeah.
Roll good, please.
Perception.
Maybe Zikos will be better with his -1.
Oh no.
Oh boy. 6.
Okay, no. Yeah, the brambles are just expanding. And seem to attack when you attack them. So you quickly make your way into, the only exit left to you, which is a lecture hall, which has no other exits itself, other than perhaps a giant window right at the back of the lecture hall. It's just there's no like chalkboard or anything. It's just an open vista to the whole city. The city outside. Oh yes.
To the, I thought you were gonna say if it was to like the courtyard or something like that, so we could like escape, I guess.
No, this one looks over the whole city. It's
Okay.
maybe about 7 stories high.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Not an enjoyable drop for sure. You
Yeah,
can
never
see
mind.
that the city outside is perfectly fine, though. No weird brambles or anything going on there. And the brambles have just like punctured through the walls as if they're made of paper and just continued expanding into your lecture hall, slowly closing in on you.
Break the window, please, Zikos.
Alright, let's do it. Do I have to roll for this, or is it glass, and should I just,
I will make you roll for it. It is thick glass.
Okay.
It's not going to be a hard roll. I'm just going to do a DC 10.
10?
I'm just
Okay.
putting this in for the memes in case you fumble.
Oh, good. That would be very much in character with Zikos, though. So.
Oh my god.
Hey, you got it.
We're getting good rolls this session.
Alright. So Zico smashes into the glass. It actually takes a couple of swings because this is a very thick, heavy glass. It's not like modern glass, right? This is traditionally glass blown. But eventually, you do manage to shatter a segment large enough for you to fit through.
So
Let's get the hell out of here.
we are very high up. And I understand that I have dragon in me, but I do not have wings.
Oh, shit.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
All right.
Both of us?
Both of you.
Yep.
16.
16. Okay. And Zikos?
17.
Okay.
Awesome.
You both notice a small little bramble that has kind of made its way ahead faster than all of you, kind of like trying to sneak down on the floor, and it juts out to sting both of you. It kind of like splits into two branches, but because you were still perspective, you managed to dodge it. I will give you 30 seconds to decide whether you want to brave the brambles or jump.
How high is this again?
7 stories.
I'd say.
You get the sense that it's pretty much guaranteed lethal unless you have some means of mitigating fall damage.
What?
I mean, I have the way down, but I don't know if you do.
If she has what?
I have a way down, but you probably don't.
Oh, I don't. Oh,
5.
shit. I say let's break through these things right now.
4.
There's no other option.
Be my guest.
Okay, Zikos,
Oh,
you want to attack a
I see.
bramble?
yes, just to see if we can break through them.
All right.
And I just accidentally exited out of my thing. Yeah, no, that's not it. I accidentally. Oh no, wait, no, I just have to click on my card. There we go.
The few times that feather fall is so good.
The what?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
I mean,
No,
you
no,
could
just-
you could abandon Zikos if you want.
I could.
So what do you want me to roll then?
I just attack with your great axe
Okay,
to roll your +4.
so that is abilities. No, that's not abilities. Inventory. Wait, what do I do with my great axe then? Do I just hit the?
Just roll
do I
into the
click-
chat box.
Oh no, I mean, but what do I click on the number or the WT or what?
So in the actions tab, there's like a little D20
Yeah,
symbol
yeah,
for
there we go.
a +4 next to it.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, just click
That's
and drag
just-
that.
Right, attack one of the rambles. Ooh.
Okay. I don't know why you had disadvantage applied for some reason.
Oh.
So
Alright.
your original roll was actually 19.
Okay, so it would be 23 then.
So it's 23. So you definitely hit it. You sever like a bramble from the stem, and the bramble itself just kind of like melts away into a goo. But immediately from that severed limb, a new bramble shoots out incredibly fast. But it flies completely wild. Clearly, it's not even trying to attack you. Instead, it strikes the glass behind and weaves itself through to close the broken part of the window shut. like as if it
Oh,
was
no.
sewn closed
Oh,
with
no.
the thorns. And I am going to roll for an attack on Emily. Which, oh my goodness, these thorns are trash. Emily, you easily kind of sidestep out. You are being attacked by plants, so they're not the most difficult thing, but you are surrounded and your exit has been shut closed.
How far away is Zikos from me?
I'd say he's like an arm's length. Like, you're close enough together.
What were you thinking?
Just do it. Thunderwave through him.
Yeah, I was literally thinking that. I was like, I really could.
Wait, that means you'd kill me then?
It would only
It'll be
hurt.
fine. It'll just hurt. And
Ugh.
probably push you into the bramble, but you know.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, it has a knockback effect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just me getting my comeuppance for being a dick to everybody. Well, actually, so just to like refresh me, earlier when Emily did the fireball at it, that also didn't do much either. That just had the same effect, right?
Correct.
Shit.
Yeah. Attacking this does not seem to be effective. You can damage it, but it seems to just regenerate its damage
Okay.
immediately and aggressively.
My first thought was to see if we can. 'Cause I didn't remember, but my first thought was maybe to have Emily set my axe on fire, then chop through stuff. But I don't think that's gonna work now.
I'm going to grab Zikos' wrist. I'm going to tell him, brace yourself, this is going to hurt. And I'll give him like a split second to process before I cast Thunderwave.
Huh?
Um,
Okay. And then. Ah! Dude!
I'm hoping that the Thunderwave will be able to just shatter the glass entirely.
Okay, you're aiming it at the glass?
Yeah, I mean, it's an AoE around me, so.
Oh, it's a complete dome. I thought it was a cone
Yeah.
for some reason, but.
No.
Okay. I will roll to see if the glass survives the Thunderwave.
Zikos, roll a Constitution saving throw.
Yes. Let's see. Roll.
Okay.
14.
The glass completely shatters, as you so wish.
Yep.
The thorns weaved within it kind of just flop down.
You take 5 points of damage, Zikos. And you don't get pushed back because you saved.
Hmm. Where's my damage counter then? My health, I mean.
It's in your main category. You have your max, which is 21.
Can
Okay,
can you
so-
edit that, or what?
Can you? Oh, you're still level 2 according to this, but I mean, it's
I
not.
am?
According to what I'm seeing,
I thought I changed it. Oh, okay.
it's not super relevant to this session.
Okay,
As you can
okay.
see.
Alright, so 4
That's
points.
it.
Sorry.
4 points of damage. So
It was 5 points,
5
right?
points.
Yeah. So you'd
Yeah,
be
it's
at
5.
a temporary 16.
hey, I see it now.
I'm going to look at Zikos. Do your best to climb down. And I will turn and I will jump from the window.
And you said there's the droopy vines, eh? The
Yes, the same thorns that had been trying to attack you, had weaved itself, had fallen. Yeah, it does hang down.
I guess.
Definitely not the 7
Yes.
stories. Right. It might,
How far would it be then?
I'd say like it goes 1 story down.
Damn it!
It's your only option, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
Uh,
So I climb down on whatever vine I can, and then
as you do this, though, and as Emily jumps, the brambles do this one final lunge of attack, nicking the both of you, and I want you to roll a DC 21 Constitution saving throw.
Is it a save roll?
Yeah.
I worked so hard.
What did you get?
I rolled a natural 2.
Oh,
So
Ooh.
it's 7.
So just
I'm at 10 for me.
okay. So I'm gonna say Emily jumps into the air, casting Featherfall upon herself, and she can see.
My
escape-
plan was going to be, because I don't have Featherfall.
Oh.
you don't have it.
What was
I
it?
don't have Feather. But my plan was, before I hit the ground, I cast Misty Step. So I don't take any damage.
That would have been a challenging. Actually, maybe we can get some interesting lore.
But
I'm going to say, your plan goes off. Like, you have like this bramble chasing after you as you fall. You are making distance, and as you activate Misty Step, oh my God, Misty Step, right? This little kind of cloud of smoke puffs up, and the bramble goes
like a
through that,
thunderstorm.
and your cloud just sort of turns red and then evaporates, and you never complete your teleport. Zikos, you were just too slow climbing down. You didn't realize, but the brambles you were climbing upon are not dead. They're still living. And so they just grew wrapped around you. And then...
Not again!
Not again.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is there like a tiny little branch that also just pricks scraps?
Sure. Yeah. Scrap is also pricked. He does not puff into smoke, though.
Weird. Okay.
Did my axe get puffed into smoke?
You. Well. Okay. Let's get on to.
So Emily disappeared.
Yes, and as did you.
Oh, all of us did. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Well disappeared.
Except for Admiral.
No, I disappeared.
No, Admiral disappeared. He didn't manage to.
Oh, we
escape.
all disappeared. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to roll a d4 again to see. Okay. We will begin with Emily. Emily, you wake up disoriented and unreasonably tired. Though you are quickly energized when you see where you are. Below you, there is no ground. Instead, an empty, red, misty expanse clouds your vision in every direction. Though you are clearly suspended over nothing, you are still standing, feet firmly planted on the nothingness, and you find yourself capable of stepping in any direction and feeling like you're walking on a flat plane, even if that means walking straight up or straight down. The only other occupant in this strange place are the many brambles of varying sizes and infinite length that seem to swim their way through the empty expanse, almost as if they were living. You yourself are actually bound to 4 of these brambles, one of which wraps around you tightly like a cage, your entire body constricting against the sharp confines that press into your flesh. You have a sense that this bramble, of all brambles, is yours. You also have 3 other thorny vines that slither out from the red mist and bind themselves to you. Each of these vines are themselves intertwined with your bramble, and they're each of a different thickness. One of them is a very thin, wispy little vine. The other is about the same as yours in like thickness. And the third one starts off at a normal size, but at about 20 meters out, quickly expands until it's a massive tree trunk-sized behemoth.
Cool. Is Scraps with me?
Scraps is not with you.
And I can walk in any which direction, but I have brambles attached to me.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to move. I would consider it rough terrain, as you can kind of like slowly trudge, push through.
Okay, I'm going to see what happens if I try to cast Shocking Grasp on the bramble.
Okay. You cast Shocking Grasp, which, if I remember correctly, I want you to roll 1d8 lightning damage.
3.
You take 3 damage.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to try and cast Misty Step again.
You successfully cast Misty Step and teleport with the brambles.
I just kind of look down at the bramble and I was like, what is fucking going on? The bramble that I sense is mine. Does it go off somewhere?
So the bramble that you sense is yours, other than wrapping around yourself, is also intertwined with these 3 other brambles,
Okay.
which shoot off into different directions.
Okay. Emily just looks at the 3 brambles and just like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tag by the toe. This one. I'm going to start walking in the direction of the wispy vine.
Of the small thin one?
Yeah.
Okay. You keep walking for a while, and as you walk, you notice like the vine, like basically like a cable out of you, shrinks as you like walk towards it. It just kind of like absorbs into itself, and you eventually find Dialia.
Oh.
Dialia, you find yourself in an empty red misty expanse, blah 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 blah. You are surrounded by a bramble, which of all brambles you feel is yours. But it is thin, weak, barely holding on. Your movement's not encumbered at all. But just like Emily, there are 3 other brambles which sort of your brambles intertwined with. One you can see connects to off in the distance, Emily approaching. Her bramble is about like a medium thickness, maybe like 2 inches across. There's another vine of that thickness, which stretches off into the same direction as Emily's vine of equal thickness. And the third vine, once again, goes out 20 meters, explodes into this giant behemoth, and moves off in the same direction as Emily's giant behemoth vine.
Okay, so I'll pull on my vine, and
You can't get out of it, if that's what you're trying.
okay. Do I have any of my weapons or equipment on me?
You have everything on you.
I have everything on me.
George is nowhere to be seen.
I'll take a dagger and start to try to cut the vine.
Okay. Can you roll for damage?
I can dagger. Here we go. No. Wrong one.
Oh my god!
Wait, plus 10?
Why do you have plus 10?
Where is that coming from?
Dagger. Alright. Look, I'm just going to say you do 2 plus your generic. You do have plus 6. Wow. Or to hit, yeah, plus 4.
And apparently I'm hitting the moon tier?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I'm going to say you do 6 damage. Because that's what a normal roll for you would be. You're not doing a backstab or anything.
Yeah, well, the roll was 2. So.
So you sort of do that thing where like you bend the thorn and put the dagger in between and go for like a nice rip, and as you do, you deal 6 damage to yourself.
Ouch.
You're not very happy about that. It's quite painful, but upon inspection, you have no physical wounds on you. Your body is unmarred. There's no like.
All right, I'll start running over to MOE. What running? Just suspended in air?
Yeah, to you it feels like you're just running on a flat plane. But you could, if you wanted, look straight down, take a step, and it would be like, for example, like you see Emily off in the distance, and Emily stood at a different orientation than you. Right? She's like at a half, like almost upside down. But for her, she's just walking on a flat plane as well.
Oh, nice. Wow. All right, so I'll run up to Emily and like, what the hell?
Cap 2, do you know anything about this?
Well, the Allery, he took our little lump of flesh. Apparently, looks like he put it on himself. I think he became a god of vines. And when the vines hit me, I was here.
The bramble. The when Zikos and I.
Allery,
Good. When Zikos and I went to go looking for the young admiral, there was just lots of bramble and.
yeah, we were down in the cafeteria. There was an assembly. Oh, but did we see any of the other people there get turned into mist with the vines?
No. You did not.
And Allery turned into this strange, half mad vine creature that, and then he just zapped us with the vines. Well, zapped me with the vine. I don't know what. I guess, and she kind of looks around. And I guess maybe Zikos and Admiral are here somewhere.
Well, I followed this vine and it led me to you, so.
Okay. I guess let's find the others, and I don't know what to do after that. This is not my area of expertise.
No, it is mine. Spock knew we shouldn't have. Nothing good ever comes out of rich, powerful people. Ugh, let's go.
I want, during this interim, for Dialia to do a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that's serious. I think I get proficiency on wisdom saves. I do not. Okay.
Oh,
Oof.
Dialia, you think it's a really good idea to follow the giant bramble, the super giant tree trunk one. That's probably the right way to go.
Okay. So let's go off and find. Let's see if these lead to the rest. I'd like to follow the big one. Maybe it's Admiral.
Sure.
He's big.
No objections, yeah.
And that's a perfect time to segue over to Admiral. Admiral, you wake up in this red, misty expanse with nothing in any direction. And I mean nothing. There are no brambles. You are not caged. You're completely fine as you are. In fact, actually, it's not true. There are other things. You see George and Scraps. Just sort of there with you. But other than that, emptiness.
Is it like a white void or like a black void?
Red. It's still the red misty
Whoops. Okay.
void,
Just nothing.
but there's just nothing there. You have the same thing where you feel like you're walking a flat plane, no matter what direction.
Okay. Admiral, he's just kind of walking, takes a few steps. I'm hearing my own voice and I'm not liking it. I don't know what's up with the sound. Okay, it's fine now. Okay, that was weird. Anyways, Admiral takes a few steps forward. He sees the animals that he doesn't actually like. He hasn't really interacted with them like at all. But he like knows what they, like who they like what they are, like who they belong to and all that. And Admiral starts to approach. He takes a few steps. He looks down, and he's just shaking. He stops. And then he doesn't move forward. He doesn't go for the animals. He just sits. Can he sit? Is that a thing? Like if he sits, will it be?
He can sit.
He's just kind of sitting there breathing. He's very clearly terrified of whatever's going on around him. This is not obviously like he's not familiar with what's going on, but there is something that he is reminded of, something from his past, and it just this whole kind of void. It's just something's clicking in his mind. It's just he's too scared to even go forward. Does he have his axe currently?
He does. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't even reach for it. It just sits there, like on his back. He's kind of in a state where he's just thinking he'll wait it out because he doesn't think he can do anything here. If this is something like what he thinks it is, then he feels powerless. He doesn't have any kind of will to fight anything right now.
So while Admiral sits around depressed, I imagine like George, by the way, who's also there, and maybe Scraps as well. They kind of notice your state of being and share with it a little bit. But Scrap kind of comes up and curls up next to you comfortingly, and George tries to give you a couple of licks in the face in comfort.
Yeah, Admiral actually did. He took his helmet off and his hat off.
Whoa! Okay, we're getting serious here.
Yeah, he puts them off to the side. He also puts his axe down next to him.
Zikos, you wake up
Yes.
in a red misty expanse. You are caged by this sort of 2-inch wide thick vine, goes all around, and protruding out from you are 3 other vines. One of similar length or width to yours, a thin wispy one, and the last one which grows to this giant tree trunk. While you're kind of like taking the whole situation in, you notice the other vine that's also like 2 inches thick kind of like start rotating around until it lines up with the thin wispy one, so that they are then pointing in the exact same direction.
Well, I got know what? Yeah, sorry. I got any better ideas? I'll follow that one then.
So you follow it for a while, and eventually, as you do, you see in the distance Dialia and Emily, both together. You are under encumbered movement as well, by the way. It's like tight, constrained, your thorns. So you see... yeah?
Sorry, I didn't hear like half of what you said before.
Oh, your like bramble cage is very tight and constricting, and your movement, all your movement will be considered rough terrain, right? You can only sort of move slowly and with difficulty, sometimes you wince as like a thorn pricks into you. And you eventually come across Dialia and Emily, who themselves are following down the giant tree trunk vine path.
Hey there, big boy.
Hey! Is this really the time for jokes, Dialia? Are we gonna figure out where the hell we are?
I'm going to say maybe and probably not.
Where the hell are we, anyways? What happened to you two?
Oh yeah. We went down. No one was in the campus anywhere, so we went down. We checked out the cafeteria, and Ellery looked like he has transformed him into a vine god, and
What?
I can't really describe it much more. He took our scroll gunge, attached it to himself, and then became this kind of amalgamous vine person thing. And
I do want to clarify, in case I said things incorrectly, he didn't turn into a vine. They just sprouted out from his eye.
they only came from his eye.
Yeah, they only came from his eye.
Oh,
They only came from the lump of flesh itself and sort of expanded and grew. He himself was just kind of in like this purple ribbon cocoon suspended upside down.
upside down.
Yes. Yeah, he's hanging from the ceiling in like this big
okay.
giant
I missed
purple
that part.
cocoon of ribbon.
Okay, so all right, so he took the gunk, attached him to himself, and started spieling off about turning into a god and how this was too powerful, and he was going to use it for the benefit of the world. I think gets a little vague. Wasn't really paying attention. I was more looking for a way out. And he shot out a bunch of vines, and I ended up here. That is the end of what I know.
Must have been those same vines that attacked me and Emily. We just saw them out of nowhere. I didn't even know where they came from.
Yeah, and if they're once their thorns touch you, that was it for me.
Well, and the only thing we can really keep doing is continuing to walk in this direction. Hopefully we reconvene with Admiral.
I guess it's the only thing else around, because now all the vines are together. So
Yeah.
it's literally
So
just.
you're all kind of like connected by this little
What?
schoolyard lanyard chain
So they just go to us, and
Yeah.
then there's this other large one that
that goes
goes
off.
somewhere else.
Which now, since all three of you are next to each other, you have 3 vines that go off, grown to giant trunks, right? Because it comes off of each of you.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, well, there's nothing. So this is it. How do we walk on to nowhere?
You can like faintly see other vines way off in the distance in sort of different directions, occasionally move through, but the only one of any relevant closeness is the super giant massive one that's physically connected to you. So you follow the big giant massive tree trunk, you keep going, and along your way you come across Admiral, who is sitting down next to George and Scraps. Kind of just sitting, looking a little depressed.
Oh, she calls out for George.
George does not react at all.
Admiral also doesn't react.
Admiral, you're still in an empty expanse.
Mm.
You don't see anything of,
Oh, he can't see anything.
of interest.
We can see him, but he can't see us, though.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll go up and kind of pet George and give him a push.
As soon as you touch George kind of like quickly like jumps up and like barks, and it's kind of like on the defensive as much as George can be defensive. but he's kind of like
Which,
looking around.
By the way, scares the crap out of Dialia because she is not used to seeing him bark, and his bark is scary as all hell.
Yeah, there's like drool all over the place as he barks out. And he's kind of like looking around, trying to see something that to him is just not there.
I'll try to calm him down with pets or scritches that he would recognize.
I would say, yeah, you slowly kind of reacquaint yourself, and maybe he does recognize it's you, maybe he doesn't. You're not really like a dog expert, but he does get comfortable with this presence that's with him.
And Admiral is still not moving in any of this?
That's up to Admiral to decide.
He's not.
No.
He's just kind of staring down into the nothingness.
He-
You
may-
can tell, like, he knew the dog was moving, but he wasn't.
I
Okay.
wave a hand in front of Admiral's face. Admiral!
No reaction whatsoever.
I'm going to pick up Admiral's hat and put it on his head. Can I?
You
actually
can't.
pick
Yes,
up-
you do grab the hat, and you do put it on his head.
Nothing.
Oh.
I will take the copper wire and I'll point directly at Admiral. Earth? What's the world called
Vilea.
again? Village Admiral! Are you there?
Admiral, you do hear that.
Hello, darling. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Sitting here.
He then just looks up. So this is how they choose to torment me.
This isn't any sort of torment, Admiral.
So this is how you choose to torment me.
Alright, please don't scream into my ears. I am standing right in front of you.
Look, this isn't doing anything. Okay. Zikos goes and sort of doesn't fully slap Admiral, but like gives him like a little like a wake up, like a hey,
Yeah, you do slap him. Sorry.
like just not like a full slap, like a hey, snap out of it.
He just sighs. He starts to get up. He gets his helmet. He puts that back on. Gets his hat on. He picks up his axe, and he just starts to walk forward.
Well, where are you going?
He's not responding anymore.
I'll try and grab a finger and like bend him towards where we want to go.
Or we'll just say his walking forward is where you guys happen to be going.
I'm just casting message into his head to get him to respond. It's like, we're right beside you. Hello, it's Emily. I can do this. Can you see us?
Can't I see anything?
Zikos starts sort of giving him the insults, but like in sort of a what's the word? I don't want to say a loving way, but sort of like a
Puppy?
So it's come to this, huh? Here's your big boastful personality now, huh? Look at you, you're absolutely pathetic. Come on. And he's like starts hurling stuff like that. Like, come on, this isn't like you. And just you know what I mean, right? So he starts hurling that kind of stuff to him. Does he react to those at all?
Even after all these years, I still know how to dig into me head. I'll humor ye for now. I suppose. Where you want me to go?
Okay, well, I'll pull him down towards the large tree trunk vine.
So, as you follow the behemoth vine filled with thorns taller and broader than yourselves, you notice that the initially sparse expanse has been getting continuously denser with more and larger thorny vines.
Can Admiral see any of them?
No. Admiral cannot see any of them. Eventually, you come to what is the epicenter. Seemingly all the vines congregate to the center, shrinking to widths of needles about 5 meters from the center and wrapping around the body of a frail human with no face who's suspended in the air by these brambles, entirely incapable of moving. Admiral, you do see this person, but not the brambles. The shape of the human seems to be in constant flux, transforming from elder to child, man to woman, and back all again. Though there is no face, you can still hear rasping breaths as the chest of this person slowly expands and shrinks with great difficulty.
Well, I can say I've seen that one before. Up to some new tricks, are you? And here I thought you couldn't teach them to an old dog.
Who is there? Hello?
Can this one hear us?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
Hello.
Who goes there? Why do my restraints weaken? Have my dear children finally come for me?
No.
Ye brought me here, didn't ye?
I can feel it in your blood, my descendants. Even these damnable thorns see my heritage in you, my heritage in all humanity.
Who are you?
I am Atomus, harbinger of humanity, crusader against the gods. For all well that did to me. Now it seems like another seeks to rise as a god. And this from a mortal no less, one of my own children. How could anyone wish for such a thing?
Dealia runs up
So-
and tries to touch him. Is there anything?
You do touch him. I want you to roll a wisdom saving throw. DC 17.
Okay. Oof, that's a high DC. Oof, that's a low roll.
From you like what this guy has to say. This is a wise elder. This is an important person that you should listen to. And he can feel, as soon as you touch him and you get this sensation, he does react to the movement, if ever so slightly. His restraints are far tighter than even yours, and he can't move at all. But upon feeling your touch, he just goes, I don't fully recognize you. Are you sister or child?
I'm a child, Atomus.
Yes, you're right. I believe I can see it somewhere deep within you. Are you sick? What has happened to your blood?
I don't. We were touched by vines.
Yes. The crown of thorns. It was there to stop me, but
You
now
cut out
it
a
is-
bunch.
What's that?
Oh,
You cut out a bunch right after you said the crown of thorns.
Oh, sorry.
Gosh.
the crown of thorns. What was once a weapon to stop a mad man, and he clearly says that word with spite, now indiscriminate violence. Look what it has done to you, what it continues to do to me. Eternal punishment for a deed not done.
Atomus was the name you mentioned, correct? Harbinger of humanity. Emily's gonna start locking up.
Yes.
Do you know of a way to get out of here?
Yes. I feel the seams between this place and reality are thinning from that damnable man who tried to corrupt me and birth himself anew. I believe
Who are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of the wizard, an elf I sense in his blood. He's using my idol, my corrupted idol, and he's trying to transform himself, absorb me as I did the other deities. He knows not the mistake he makes. I did not want to be a god. I had been sacrificed to free my people from tyranny, yet had not the power to do so without succumbing and acquiring their powers for myself. I would never have wished to be a god, this grotesque being with the power to forcefully assert itself upon the lessers. That is why I made you, so that life could live on without the manipulations of the gods. But here is another, trying to bring back the age of those ill omens. I fear you see a dark future ahead. If this god-seeking mortal is not stopped, I wish not to thrust this burden onto you, but you are the only ones that I can contact. Yes, I can bring you back to reality, not where you had come from, though I imagine, given the circumstances, you wouldn't wish that anyways. But I can bring you to where the veil between reality and this place lies so close, the crown of thorns. But I beseech thee, please, when you are there, I can hold him back for only 1 year. And in 1 year hence, I pray thee, find my rib, my god killer, the evening lance. And in 1 year hence, witness his birth, and I will be there to show him his woes. Give me my lance, and I will end this plight for you.
Is that so? Ye think we're gonna listen to you? Just coming in here with your thorns and your voids and whatnot.
These thorns are not mine, stranger of null origin. I am a prisoner as much as you. These built to restrain me, and I apologize that merely through our blood you must suffer. Well, not quite you, is it, blind one? Why are you here?
Well, I tried to throw me axe at a feller, and, well, let's just say I didn't get quite a lucky one.
Well, You may not be my child, and I'm sorry that you must live your life forevermore under the thumb of deities feeling they own you. But you still have a chance if there be no deity to reign. Get me the lance. The lance can set you free 1 year hence.
Freedom. Now, wouldn't that be a laugh? Very well. I'll just go and find my little companions and go get you your pointy little stick.
Well,
Never
literally,
was fond of
it's-
lances.
What was that, Emily? Or, Ray?
it was just. We're literally right here.
So,
Oh, where do we find this lance?
the lance was stolen from me by Luna, goddess of rot. I was imprisoned very near that time. I know not what she's done with it, but I believe you can seek she, and she will still hold this weapon. I know not quite how she fares, but she was weak and frail when we last battled. You shall not receive overwhelming opposition at the least. Do you accept your fate?
I think, given
Not a
everything,
believer in fate. But I suppose I can do ye one little favor.
I agree with you, blind one of null origin. Fate is a bastard thing, and 1 year hence, the 5 of us together will slay that fate. Touch upon my hand. And his hand struggles to push through the brambles, starts bleeding as it cuts through all the thorns and opens up towards you. And I will awaken ye once more.
Oh. What does everybody think then?
we don't truly have a choice, do we?
I don't think we do.
I am not like my contemporaries. If you so wish, I will set you free. Without this task, I'm not binding you. There's nothing to stop you from betraying me. You may let this elven wizard rebirth himself if you so wish. I will set you free once we've finished convening. And there will be no forced duty. I merely ask you of this. From human to human.
Dialia kind of steps in front of them and says, Adam has set the races free for us to have our own will.
Yeah, there isn't a single human here. I just realized. Yeah.
She looks at her sort of wispy vine and turns to Adamus and says, "Am I still your child?"
You may look at your flesh and bone, and think yourself not human, not of me. But these thorns prove another tale. Your heritage is true, and yes, young amalgam child, you are sick, I can see, but you are human. You are of Atomus. This thorn, his finger like gently caresses it, can't really move much, is proof of our bond. You will be free one day if you fight for it.
She nods and smiles and takes his hand.
She disappears in a puff of red smoke. Mist. For consistency's sake. Is there a difference? I don't know.
Admiral kind of looks at himself. He looks around. Obviously, he sees no thorns, and I assume the others don't see thorns on him.
Yes, he is wrapped in a cage of thorns for everyone else except for you.
Oh.
For you, he's just suspended in the air, oddly.
No, I mean, as in, like, Admiral acknowledges that he himself, there's no thorns anywhere. And I'm saying, do the other party members see thorns on him, or no?
No, Admiral is completely unbound by thorns. To everyone.
Well, I ain't got nothing better to do. He goes up and also goes to shake his hand.
As you touch his hand, a bunch of brambles quickly just fly off and just completely encompass you, and then you disappear in a puff of red smoke.
That was dramatic.
Man, I don't want to be the one to have to animate this scene.
Pain, suffering, agony.
I mean, it doesn't have to be like it's just like string.
Yeah, we'll have a higher budget by then.
Kind of look between Zikos and Adamus. So even with the dragon blood, I'm still considered one of yours.
Yes, you are of me as well. I see you have bonded yourself with another somewhere in your heritage, but I do not discriminate. Merely, I welcome the addition to the family. Dragons, they too in their own way know of freedom. Just as you will do, if you wish.
Well, I mean, it's either go on this task or wait until a year from now and just see the results of those thorns. Might as well. Smack my hand onto his.
And you puff
My
into
dragon hand as well.
a red mist. That just leaves Zikos.
Well, since everybody else has asked, am I of you as well?
Yes, of course. You are not so different from the woman married to dragons. You simply chose a different divisor. I see in your blood another marriage in ancient history, but the family grows stronger still. once you are by the humans, you will never leave. That is what it is to be free.
Okay. I can't stand the idea of that egomaniac becoming whatever he's trying to become, so I accept you. Puts his hand out and
Turns into a red mist. And there you are. That is session 6.
woo!
You leave everyone puffed into a fine mist, supposedly to return to reality. Though, to what form of reality things remain is yet to be seen. So,
I would like to ask something like for the other party members. And this is like something that would have happened like before, so we don't need to worry about like going past. But would the other party members have thought anything of Admiral's different treatment in there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we all noticed.
I had to ask because you know how long we spent on the die-ass last time and how long I spent trying to make that obvious.
There were definitely a few things this episode that made me like,
plot twist.
I had a good time. I'm into the story now.
Same. The story is getting very intriguing for sure, and I have my. I also have some theories already of what this being that we were talking to is and what he's been like referring to in his little monologues and stuff. So,
I mean, I don't see what you find that intriguing. It's just a normal level 3 D&D campaign, right? This is normal level 3 stuff.
Yeah, you'll run into like a thorn god every once in a while.
Yeah, it just happens. Of course.
and you know,
That
the
happens.
god of all beings.
Yeah.
Can we stop our audacity?
Well, before that, I will give a final wave and goodbye to the camera and audience and say thank you to those who joined us for this stream. According to our numbers, people actually did join. So that was nice. And we will...
It's Cyclops Kitten, by the way, so...
But for a while, we had, like in the first half, we had a viewer that we didn't know who it was.
Yeah, we're up to 6 at some point. Cyclops Kitten, by the way, it's Kathleen. It's good to watch us.
And she asked, when's the next one? So, to our audience, we will have our next session in two weeks hence. Where we will hopefully reconform into corporeal bodies.
Yeah. January 31st.
January
At 6.
31st.
Yeah, that's like the 31st of January.
It is.
Geez, wow.
And until then, have a wonderful night.
Good night, everyone.